Next piece is based on Rag Khamaj, and I have played many times on several occasions, Mahatma Gandhi's birthday and several other occasions of India's independence. Vaishnav Janato, most favorite song of Mahatma Gandhi. I will conclude with a beautiful song composed by Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, Ekla Chalore, and also a folk tune from Assam, from where my wife comes, Sublakshmi ji, and Mr. Arnab Goswami is also from Assam, Bihu. So you will see the change from folk music of Bengal and folk music of Assam. Thank you very much. instrument of our country was veena.
Veena, yeah.
What veena could not express, sitar was created. Sitar is also a Persian word.
Okay.
Sehtar, teen tar ka baja. And my forefathers, they played rabab. Rabab still exists in
Afghan rabab.
Afghanistan, Central Asia, Kashmir, everywhere. So rabab has gut string.
Okay.
So the strings were changed.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Thank you so much for that moving invocation with the sarod. And in those few moments, we were reminded that music, when played with purity, does not entertain, it elevates. It elevates the soul. And now, as we continue this special evening, we turn from performance to reflection. It is my honor to invite back on stage Ustad Amjad Ali Khan Sahab, and joining him for a conversation that promises insight, inspiration, and legacy. Please welcome the Editor-in-Chief of Republic Media Network, Mr. Arnab Goswami.
First of all, very warm welcome to the Republic Media Network campus.
Thank you so much.
And to meet you and to have you here is a dream come true for all of us. You are like a father figure to me, and you have been like a father figure for a very long time. I would like to start by saying that I'm privileged to have what I would say is a personal association with you.
Yes.
And your beautiful family. And a personal association with Subbalakshmi ji, who is becoming more and more charming every time I meet her. And she is the pillar of strength behind Khan Sahab. And we are very honored to have you, ma'am, with us. I'm very honored to know you. She is a very well-known Bharatnatyam exponent and the strength behind Khan Sahab. So we are very happy to meet you. And on behalf of everyone in my family and the Republic Media Network, a very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We are so proud of you. We have seen your struggle days, your journey, and how beautifully you created your own world. We are really very, very happy and proud of you, and I hope you live for 100 years.
So thank you very much, sir. Sir, Khan Saab, I'll call you Khan Saab. Because Khan Saab, I am inadequate to interview you because I do not have any depth of understanding of your music. Your music elevates us when we listen to you. And more than that, I can say that when we see you on stage, I can say this, that of the greatest maestros in the world, when they are in their musical zone, I was just saying to Subbalakshmi ma'am that they are in a different frame of mind. They are in a different mind space. So when I see the videos, I've never been able to ever see a live performance of Ravi Shankar ji. But I used to see him with his sitar. And I saw even one of his last performances, you know, he's totally in that zone. When you see Zubin Mehta conducting, he's in his zone. So, though I cannot ask you musical questions, I would like to begin by asking you that when you are performing, you are in a different frame of mind. It seems as if everything around you is still and you are only with your music. So tell us all about the frame of mind which you go to and how that happens. Because there are many people here who are practicing music, love music, they would want to know that side, the backstory.
There's a lot of knowledgeable people sitting
no,
here.
No, sir. Compared to you, we have nothing. Sir.
You see, in our country, we say Swar hi Ishwar hai. That music connects you to God. And music is a precious gift of God. Music has connected the world. Music does not belong to any religion, like flowers, air, water, fire, fragrance, colors. So we have to learn with the role of flowers. Every religion needs flowers. And Indian classical music, we don't write music, we don't read music. Western world, they read music, they write music. It's the composition of Beethoven or Bach or Mozart. It's a contribution of three people: composer, conductor, and performer. But we Indian musicians, we are three in one. When I'm performing, I'm the composer, I'm the conductor, I'm the performer. But I think there is a conductor somewhere else up there.
Explain that.
Somebody is conducting me. Somebody is sending the messages. I'm just transmitting. I'm a messenger only. And I don't use the language. It's just my connection with the world is entirely, purely with the sound only. Because through sound, I can manipulate. If I'm out of tune, you will come to know. But through language, the world is ruling. The language is a very, very, very big weapon, a very big communication. Everybody can't communicate. I can't communicate the way you communicate. But I only communicate through sound, through music only. So you don't have to understand music. You have to appreciate, you have to give yourself to sound and rhythm. You see, I was never good in my school. I was not good in mathematics. On paper, I was a bad student. I could not pass mathematics. But in my music, I was using mathematics. All that, this is all mathematics. So I could do that. So we create castles in the air. We create all the beautiful things, imagination. You see, you can't see music, you can't see rhythm, like you can't see God. So it's a precious gift of God. I am grateful to God that I am born in the family of musicians. And I am very grateful to my wife, Subbalakshmi. She has given Aman, Ayan in our life. And now they are taking care of me. Because at this age, generally people retire. Lot of people at the airport sometimes they ask me, आप अभी भी बजाते हैं क्या? मैंने यार सुन रहे हैं लोग सुन रहे हैं तो मैं बजा रहा हूँ. So we don't have a age of retirement, but I am performing today because of my family, because of my wife, Ayan. And fortunately, by the grace of God, I have grandchildren, Abir and Zuhan, they are 12 years old, and my daughter-in-law, Neema Sharma. So Ayan is taking care of his children, but everybody is helping me to give my best to the world.
That's so wonderful. Ansab, you are now, you would be 8 generations, 5 before you, and now 2 after you. So that would make it, would that make it 8 generations of musicians? Is it also 8 generations of Sarod?
You see, Sarod was invented from our family. My forefathers, as you know, they came from Afghanistan, settled in Madhya Pradesh, Riva, Maharaja Riva Vishwanath Singh Ji. Then finally they were the court musicians in Gwalior, Sindhya Parivar. So we are the followers of Mia Tansen. You know, the Tansen's guru was Swami Haridas. So we are the humble representative of Mia Tansen. And Tansen was born in Gwalior, his grave is in Gwalior. And our family house where I was born is in Gwalior. It has been converted into a museum now. It's called Sarod Ghar. And it has all the instruments of my forefathers, many great musicians, they have donated their instruments there. And my childhood instruments are also there. So we are, our gharana is called Senia Beenkar Gharana.
Okay.
So, generation or legacy is only possible when the children realize their responsibility. So we are very fortunate that Aman has created his own world as a Sarod player. Ayan has created his own world. And my grandchildren, they are enjoying to share the stage and they are traveling with us. Their greatest attraction is the aeroplane, I think. Which aircraft they are flying, which aircraft they are traveling. So Aman discuss and Aman explain all the technical parts of the aircraft. So I'm very happy that everybody, we eat music, we breathe music. Music is our life. And music has also taught that my audience comes from diverse background, different religion, different. I feel I belong to every religion of the world. I feel I belong to every religion of India. So my life is music. So I'm very grateful to God Almighty.
That's amazing. I see those beautiful pictures there of you with your grandchildren, right there behind you.
Yes, yes.
Do they have stage fright when they are performing with you? Are your grandchildren worried when they perform with you? Or
as I mentioned to you,
you seem to be training them everywhere. See that
all
picture
the hard work Ayan has done. At the time of COVID, they were all sitting at home.
Okay.
The schools were shut. So Ayan started teaching them, and Neema has given a lot of time to them. Sometimes they come to me also. They call me Dada Abba and Dadi Aita. Aita, you know, Dadi Aita. So they are enjoying traveling with us. They are enjoying. They are also watching Michael Jackson and Justin Bieber and BTS. They are fond of football. They introduced me to Ronaldo and Messi and all those players. I never knew who is Ronaldo. So they are involved in wildlife also. They exactly know how many tigers are there in Madhya Pradesh, how many tigers in Ranthambore. So, but at the time when we ask them to play, they practice, they come. And I told you when, after their first concert in Delhi, we performed for 15 minutes. That was the first time they faced the audience. And it was some very important event. It was live telecast and Vice President was the chief guest. Next day, one of my grandson, Zohan, he asked me, Dada Abba, हमारा अगला program कब है? मैंने कहा बेटा मुझे अपना नहीं पता मैं आपका कैसे बताऊंगा. So there, sometimes you have a stage fright. You are afraid to face the audience. But they are enjoying. They need blessings and good wishes of all of you.
Well, I mean, you know, we go back 40 years and 40 years back and 40 years even now. I don't know. I was asking ma'am that Khan Sahib has a great female fan following. For half a century he has had a female. And I asked her, how do you handle it? She said it is his problem. I always have the remote. That's amazing. I saw you there. You must have a very good remote. You make sure the batteries always work with him. But he's such a charmer. So wonderful.
I saw her performance in Calcutta.
When did you first meet?
I saw her Bharatnatyam performance in Kolkata.
You saw her performance for the first time?
It was a festival where I was also performing and many great musicians were performing. And I was in a disturbed frame of my mind in 70s and traveling and performing. And watching her performance, I thought God has sent her for me. That thought came to my mind. And then I tried to meet her and the family. The rest is history, but her guru, legendary Rukmani Arundel, who created Kalakshetra, she gave a reception after our marriage. So we went to Chennai and we received, fortunately, we received blessings from all the senior people, my in-laws, Mr. P.C. Barua, Mr. Parsuram Barua. So this is what India is.
Beautiful, sir. Next year you celebrate your golden jubilee anniversary of your wedding, golden anniversary. So I wish you the best in advance for that. We have some beautiful messages from people who love you. Okay. And our first message is from your elder son, Aman.
Okay.
Ali Bangash, who is also a friend of mine. Both your sons are good friends of mine. I love them both. So let's hear what your disciple and your son has to say about you. Can we play that video, please? Aman's video, please. Thank you. You can see it here.
Okay.
Hansa, it will play there.
Adab, Namaste Abba, how are you? It's an honor for me to be here and speaking for you. आपके बारे में क्या बोलूँ? What can I say about you? I'm very blessed to have a father, a guru like you and a friend like you. I must have done very good karmas to be born to this family and to have you as my father. I want to say thank you to you for everything that you have done and you keep doing for Ayan Bhai and me. And I say this with a lot of humility and also with a lot of pride that if I was not your son, if I was not born as your son, as a musician, I would have taken another 70, 80 years to accomplish myself in my profession. Thanks to you that I got the love and goodwill of everybody. And I'm very fortunate to be born as your son and Ma's son. I love you, Abba, very proud of you for what you have done to music, to Sarod and to humanity around you. And I always remember that you've always told me this, that more than a musician, be a good human being. And I'm trying to do that. And I promise you, I'm going to make you really proud very soon with all my efforts. Love you.
I think that, you've got the Padma Shri, you've got the Padma Bhushan. You've also been, Khan Sahib is also Padma Vibhushan. It's the highest honor that a person can get in this country. But I think this is one of your greatest achievements.
Yes, I'm very
more than all your awards.
Grateful to God that, the day children become responsible, when they realize the responsibility of their gharana, their family. So they are very hardworking, struggling, hardworking young musicians, and they are receiving love and blessings from all over the world. We have just completed about 3 months tour to USA, and we feel so proud all over the world. The achievers, NRI, whatever they have achieved, and they are sitting in America now. They have realized the value of Indian classical music.
Yes, you think that's happening now?
It happens. It always happens.
Because there was a fear 15 years back, in the early 2000s, that Indian music, India is losing touch with its roots.
Yes.
This was the whole conversation in our country in 2005, 2006. We're developing as a country, but we are forgetting who we are. And now I find, last few years, we are proud of who we are. We wear it on our sleeve.
You see, in India, you don't see standing ovation. But the Indians living in America, Europe, they give a lot of standing ovation there.
So tell me about your difficult to pinpoint, but tell me about your first solo stage performance. How old were you?
I don't know how you got this picture. I was 6 years old, wearing topi and cap.
Yeah.
And I was pushed on the stage.
Who was there with you?
Somebody sitting behind me. He was a patron of music, and he was a political figure of Gwalior. So they invited me to perform in Victoria College in Gwalior. So that was my
Was your father there?
My father was not there. And he sent me. So this is the confidence that
you were 6 years old?
This is the Indian gurus. They have so much confidence. And it was a part of my training. How to face the stage, how to face the audience, and what to do on the stage. So it's an educational situation, it's an educational journey. My father, he was an old-timer. He was very old when I was born. Ravi Shankar ji's guru and my father, they were contemporaries. So they were the heroes of 30s and 40s. My father believed...
That's the picture, sir.
Yes, this picture. My father believed that you can only do one thing in your lifetime. He was not in favor that I should go to school.
Okay.
कहते या सुर को समझ लो या किताब को समझ लो, ये दोनों काम एक साथ नहीं हो सकते. That was his way of thinking. So all the teachers, somebody came and taught me Hindi, somebody came and taught me something, but only music. The meaning of education in our family was music only. Because generally people feel you are not educated if you can't read.
Yes.
Or if you can't write, people think you are uneducated.
Yes.
But you may be playing very good flute.
Yep.
Is that not education?
It is.
So we have to redefine the meaning of education. But when we shifted to Delhi in 1957, my father's disciples, his friends, they could convince him that I should be sent to school. And then I went to modern school for a few years. And I am very fortunate that I found my principal, Mr. Ayan Kapoor. He was very kind to me, and he realized. So one day my father took me to the principal, K. Kapoor Saab, how to improve his mathematics on the paper. Please help him. Mr. Kapoor says, Khan Saab, ये कभी मैथमेटिक्स में पास नहीं करेंगे और मैं इनको फेल नहीं करूँगा.
ये बहुत इतनी उम्मीद थी आपसे.
ये सरोद बजाने आए हैं तो
let him do that.
I will help him. So that was, I mean, can you imagine any principal of the world could answer this kind of thing? So every teacher of every school should realize that the interest of a child.
So true.
If a child is a creative student, but those few years of modern school, because of that I could face the world.
Yeah.
I did residency in Stanford University for 2 months, Indiana University, Washington University, and I'm traveling all over the world. So I'm grateful to my principal, my school, for those few years. In 1963, that was my first foreign tour, America. It was a delegation invited by Asia Music Society of New York. Pandit Birju Maharaj and many dancers and musicians were going. And my father was very worried because he was afraid of flying. He never traveled by plane, my father. He refused everything. So for 2 months, Birju Maharaj used to play tabla with me and I used to play sarod with his dance.
All over the US?
All over US, and for 2 months we were traveling and performing.
What did you realize when you were playing abroad about the power
of
the time Indian music?
In America, people were realizing music. And then gradually, you know, the Beatle time.
Yeah.
And people realized about sitar and Indian music. So credit goes to Pandit Ravi Shankar for working so hard, and that George Harrison and the Beatle time. So now the audience is very genuine audience. They don't listen to me because I taught Beatles. They come for Sarod. They come for Indian music. But that was in the craze of Beatles.
What was that period like?
That
what was
70s,
your interaction with
70s?
Yeah,
that was 70s.
late 60s, 70s. What was it like in the global music arena?
Hippie movement.
Yeah.
And in India we had Sufi movement, Bhakti movement, and that was hippie movement. So thank God now people are normal and they have realized the value of music. I love Western classical music. I have composed symphony orchestra because Scottish Chamber Orchestra, they wanted me to write a piece for their orchestra. So this is the first Sarod concerto that 50-60 musicians playing with me, Aman, Ayan, we all sit. And my orchestral piece is called Samagam. It's on YouTube.
Yes.
Many orchestras of the world, they have played. Recently, London Philharmonic Orchestra, they played in Royal Festival Hall.
When you are playing the Sarod, another naive question, are you playing with your fingers or your nails?
You see,
or how does it...
sitar, cello...
Because you play very fast. So
sitar, cello, they are played with fingertip. They press the string with the fingertip.
Okay.
But to bring out the human expression, we have to press the string with the edge of my fingernails. That's why I have to file the nails in between to bring out that expression and that slides. So this continuity sustained because of the nails.
I can see that you're filing your nails,
filing the nails
in the middle of your performance. Does it become painful sometimes?
No. There are grooves, so I have to file and then make it all right.
Is there any other instrument, string instrument, which is played like
Sarangi is played with the back of the nails.
Okay.
They have gut string. Sarangi has a gut string. But everything is steel. They are called piano strings, all my strings, of different gauges. And the difficult part of Sarod is, it doesn't have frets.
Doesn't have?
Bars or frets.
It doesn't, yes.
वो हिंदी में कहते थे, हिंदी में पर्दा बोलते हैं कि सितार में पर्दे होते हैं.
जी जी.
सितार has frets.
Yes.
तो पुराने लोग कहते थे भाई बेपर्दा साज है, अगर बजाने वाला ध्यान से नहीं बजाएगा तो उसको बेपर्दा कर देगा.
The next message I have, Khan Saab, for you is from your younger son, Ayan Ali Bangash. Another great contribution from your side to Indian music, and it will fill your heart listening to both your sons back to back. So, can we play Ayan's wonderful message for Khan Saab?
When did it happen? I didn't realize.
We are working behind the scenes all the time.
It's extremely difficult for me to speak about the greatest influence of my life. And an influence who's not just a guru, but also a father. So I've said this before, that I think the 12 alphabets in my father's name are the 12 musical notes for me. That is my kind of understanding of the 12 musical notes. So I just feel so blessed that I was born to a man for whom music is life and life is music. There is no life outside of music. And dedication to keep going, to walk with dignity, to walk with grace, and to believe that, you can fall but get up and keep walking again. It's going to be okay. All these aspects have been very, very integral parts of my musical journey. And my father, being a traditionalist, always did things outside the box. He allowed my brother and me to fly. He allowed us to fall. He allowed us to listen to all kinds of music and absorb, adapt, and make it our own. So I think people like him, visit the planet only once. And I just feel so honored to be around at a time when I'm seeing so much greatness that he has put out there with his musical journey, with his research, with what he's done to Sarod today. So I just know that there's more and more genius and greatness on its way. I wish my father infinite years of good health, music, and happiness. And we are just like so fortunate to be here and be a part of this great musical journey of my father.
And as we are seeing these tributes to you, I would also like to share with the audiences that you are an innovator. So the instrument, Sarod, which you say your family has literally invented, it has come down through your ancestors from your Afghan side.
Yes.
You're originally from Afghanistan side. And then you have innovated the design. So he has actually created the Sarod as we know it today. This is the great contribution of Hans Saab. And I must say, it must take a lot of courage to do that. I have read that you removed some strings. You changed the nature, he has changed the nature of the instrument. He's removed some strings, then he has designed this distinctive playing technique. This playing technique also has been designed by him, where he uses his fingernails to create this clear, ringing kind of sound. So this is an invention by you. How is this happening?
You see, ancient instrument of our country was Veena.
Veena, yeah.
What Veena could not express, sitar was created. Sitar is also a Persian word.
Okay.
Sehtar, teen tar ka baja. And my forefathers, they played rabab. Rabab still exists in
Afghan rabab.
Afghanistan, Central Asia, Kashmir, everywhere. So rabab has gut string.
Okay.
So the strings were changed.
Is that what is there with that's your father?
That is sarod.
Sarod.
Every sarod player, according to his convenience, the size, the drum size.
Changes.
Some prefer broader size, some prefer small size. But rabab, what rabab could not say, sarod became more expressive. And the kind of sarod I heard when I was a child, I found it's a very limited instrument, so I used to discuss with my father. And I told him I want to be more expressive. So today, my struggle has been that I always wanted to sing through my instrument. All the human expression. Tadare dani, tadani dim, tana tanum. This is a tarana, which was taught, and it was created by Hazrat Amir Khusro in 13th century. So there are many taranas of different ragas, but this I have performed all over the world. Tadare dani, tadani dim, tana tanum, tadare dani, tadani dim, tana tanum, tanum, tananum, taderena, 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 tadare dani, tadani dim, tana tanum, tana na 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 dim. So astha yantra, everything I play on the sarod. As a child also, when I was in school, every Indian grew up listening to film songs. चौदहवीं का चांद हो, डम डम डीगा डीगा, उनका मुकेश जी का गाना था. Come September, my God, it was so popular. To entertain my school friend, I used to play on the sarod. चौदहवीं का चांद, तेरी प्यारी प्यारी सूरत, डम डम डीगा डीगा, and Come September. And that English tune, Come September, became so popular. शादी ब्याह में बैंड में वो बज रहा है, वो लोग डांस कर रहे हैं. So I used to play on the sarod. And so this is what was my homework. Anything I hear outside, whether it's a folk song, whether it's a shadi song, any song, I must play on the sarod. I must try to bring out in my sarod. So that was my struggle, that was my journey. And by the grace of God, today, sarod has become more expressive, or very expressive.
So you have performed with all the greats. You are one of the legends, all the legends. We saw you there with Ustad Bismillah Sahab. We saw you there with Zakir Hussain.
Yes.
What a loss.
It's a great loss.
What a loss, you know.
Great
what
loss.
What a loss. I think with Ravi Shankar ji also.
Yes.
Which do you think has been your most unique and memorable partnership?
Ravi Shankar ji came to my house.
Tell me about it.
And he tried on sarod.
Okay.
So he's holding sarod, I am holding sitar.
I wish I had the picture. There's with Ustad Sahab, you're there with Zakir Hussain Sahab.
Zakir has played many concerts.
So you were holding the sitar and he was holding the
Zakir has played many concerts all over the world, in India also. People wanted to see us together. But
Yeah.
sometime we performed after 5 years, after 10 years, 20 years. Recently we performed in Delhi also, in Sri Fort Hall. Kotak presented both of us in Delhi. So, Bismillah Khan Sahab used to call my father Chacha. So he treated me like a brother. Amazing Shahnai, my God. So I had 2 concerts with him, one in Delhi, in Talkatore Stadium, and after 6 months, one was in Calcutta. Science City, we performed there. So he brought Shahnai to the concert level. And after Bismillah Khan, we are still searching who is the second Shahnai player in our country. Amazing musician. We really, I have visited his house in Banaras, Sarai Harha, small lane, and he used to live with 40, 50 people. And so he was very generous, he was very kind, compassionate, and it was a memorable concert.
You think that when I heard you playing that, you played Akla Chalo Re just before, and then you played a Bihu also tune. Do you think that when people, and then you played Vaishnava Janat, so do you think that when people hear the songs they know or they understand and they feel and they have grown up with on the sarod, that makes the instrument and the music more relatable to them?
Yes, people should. मैं बहुत दफ़ा हिंदुस्तानी म्यूजिशियंस को कहता हूँ,
इसको लोग कहते हैं अनऑर्थोडॉक्स अप्रोच है थोड़ा सा आपका, सब नहीं करते ऐसे. तो
you see, जनरली ए क्लासिकल म्यूजिशियन शुरू तो कर देता है, अब भगवान जाने ख़त्म कब करेगा. मुखड़ा पकड़ा दुखड़ा शुरू हो गया. So this is what has been happening in our life, कि भाई मुखड़ा पकड़ा और then you start improvising. अब यमन में क्या क्या कर सकते हो, राग यमन है, कितनी देर आप कर सकते हो. ज़रूर से ज़्यादा जब हो जाता है तो यमन भी शराब दे देता है कि किस अनाड़ी के चक्कर में पड़ गया आज. तो हमारे पिताजी, उनका एक बहुत ही हिस्टोरिकल उनकी कहानी है. ही रिसीव पद्म भूषण इन 1960. उस वक़्त हमारे पास गाड़ी नहीं थी, वी वर लिविंग इन ए रेंटेड हाउस. तो टैक्सी में पिताजी मुझे साथ ले गए, एंड दैट वाज द फर्स्ट टाइम आई सॉ एंड मेट जब पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू, डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद. तो आफ्टर द अवार्ड सेरेमनी इट्स ए रिचुअल, मुगल गार्डन में टी पार्टी होती है. नेहरू साहब आए अब्बा के पास, खान साहब कोई तकलीफ़ तो नहीं है, आप ठीक हैं. देन ही लुक्ड एट मी, ही शुक हैंड विद मी. कहले खान साहब आप बच्चे से कोई गुरु मंत्र तो नहीं छुपा रहे? कहते नहीं मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. देन डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद कम्स. खान साहब कोई तकलीफ़ तो नहीं है? तो एट दिस सिचुएशन ए म्यूजिशियन और क्रिएटिव आदमी जो किराए के घर में रहता है, वो कहता है मुझे सरकारी घर दे दीजिए या गाड़ी दे दीजिए. तो हमारे पिताजी कह रहे हैं आप राग दरबारी की प्योरिटी बचाइए. आई वॉज फीलिंग एम्बेरेस्ड कि क्या कह रहे हैं, उनको क्या पता दरबारी क्या है. तो राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी बोले खान साहब मैं समझा नहीं. कहते मियाँ तानसेन ने बनाई थी ये राग, अभी लोग इसमें लिबर्टी ले रहे हैं, आपकी ड्यूटी है, आप प्रेसिडेंट हो, उसकी प्योरिटी बचाओ. ही वॉज होपिंग एज इफ नेक्स्ट डे विल पास ए रेजोल्यूशन इन द पार्लियामेंट कि सभी दरबारी ऐसे गा रहे ऐसे। इतने सिंपल लोग थे वो, वन ट्रैक माइंड, अपने लिए कुछ नहीं मांग रहे हो, ना गाड़ी मांग रहे ना घर मांग रहे। एंड ही वॉज अनअवेयर अबाउट प्रोटोकॉल ऑल्सो। अच्छा मैं ये कर दूंगा खान साहब, और बताइए क्या करूं? कहते हैं मेरा नमाज का वक्त हो गया, मैं घर जा रहा हूँ।
That shows his thinking. That shows his thinking.
वो वहाँ से चल पड़े, मैं पीछे पीछे उनके, और कोई सिक्योरिटी वाले ने रोका भी नहीं उनको, दैट यू कैन लीव बिफोर द प्रेसिडेंट। वो घर आके हमारी माता जी को पद्म भूषण की खुशी नहीं बताई, कहते हैं राजेंद्र बाबू ने वायदा करा है कि दरबारी की प्योरिटी बनी रहेगी।
अरे दैट शोज, इससे पता चलता है उनकी डेडिकेशन कितनी है, उनकी सोच कैसी है। आप जो वन ट्रैक माइंड कह रहे हैं, दैट इज आल्सो हिज डिवोशन,
कमिटमेंट, डेडिकेशन,
इट्स हिज डिवोशन।
और वो जब उनको लोग वो एक राग ख़त्म कर देते थे तो लोग कहते खान साहब और बजाइए, कहते यार देखो मैं राग की खूबसूरती दिखाना आया हूँ, सर्जरी करने नहीं आया हूँ।
तो ये बताइए, आपने अभी बोला कलकत्ता में एक बार आपने रात के 9 बजे से सुबह के 7 बजे तक आपने प्ले किया था।
It was a ticket.
Tell me about that. कब हुआ था ये, और ऑडियंस क्या थी और ओकेजन क्या था?
It was my birthday. I was 25 years old. और ये कला मंदिर में हुआ था with 2 intervals. तो पहले ये होता था कि भाई उसको ही ज़्यादा बड़ा समझते थे जो रात को 2 घंटे बजाया या गाए, चाहे आदमी सो रहा हो या घड़ी देख रहा हो, लेकिन वो गा रहा है, वो बजा रहा है। तो ये एक फैड हो गया था 70s, 60s, लेट 60s के हम भी उसी ट्रैक में आ गए थे। तो एक राग 2-2.5 बजे 2-2.5 घंटे बजाया, फिर इंटरवल करा, दूसरा राग लिया, फिर 2-2.5 घंटे, फिर सुबह 7 बजे। और बंगाल के लोग उसके बाद भी कह रहे हैं भैरवी बजाइए।
ये सिर्फ कलकत्ता में हो सकता है।
कलकत्ता। और लेकिन एक ऐसा कॉन्सर्ट हुआ कि अमान ने वी ऑल प्लेड सोलो वन आफ्टर द अदर। अयान बजाया 2 घंटा, फिर अमान 2 घंटे बजाया, फिर मैं आया। ओनली बंगाल कैन एब्जॉर्ब सो मच म्यूजिक, बट इट इज़, उसके बाद हमने कभी नहीं करा वो, इट्स टू मच, वेरी वेरी। यू सी, एक दफ़ा आई हैव रिटन ए बुक on 12 great musicians published by Penguin Random House.
Okay.
तो ये भी हिस्टोरिकल बात है, आज तक किसी म्यूजिशियन ने किसी दूसरे पे किताब नहीं लिखी। यानी दूसरों की हम बुराई करते हैं, सिर्फ अपने गुरु की तारीफ करते हैं, अपने गुरु पे किताब लिखते हैं अपने। तो वो कैसे हो गया? बिकॉज सडनली आई फेल्ट वैक्यूम कि ये लोग सब चले गए। रविशंकर जी, बिस्मिल्लाह खान साहब, विलायत खान साहब, किशन महाराज, पंडित श्यामता प्रसाद, पंडित किशन महाराज, भीमसेन जोशी जी, कुमार गंधर्व जी। बड़ा अकेलापन महसूस हुआ, क्योंकि मैं तो इनको सुन के ही बड़ा हुआ, इनके साथ भी बजाया। इन द सेम फेस्टिवल वी यूज्ड टू परफॉर्म, मैंने बजाया, पंडित भीमसेन जोशी बाद में गा रहे हैं, कभी कुमार गंधर्व जी गा रहे हैं। तो ऊपर से हुक्म आया भगवान का कि भाई, तो मैंने लिखना शुरू कर दिया। तो आई एम ग्रेटफुल टू पेंगुइन रैंडम हाउस, उन्होंने इसको निकाला। उसमें एक चैप्टर मैंने उस्ताद आमिर खान साहब पे लिखा है। ही वॉज कॉल्ड म्यूजिशियन। फिल्मों में भी गाया, झनक झनक पायल बाजे में गाया, कई फिल्मों में भी गाया। तो ही ऑलवेज सैंग फॉर हिमसेल्फ। उन्होंने कभी जानने की कोशिश नहीं करी कि ऑडियंस क्या चाहती है। बगैर इत्तेफाक ये हुआ कि जब हम जा रहे थे दिल्ली में, एक कॉन्सर्ट हुआ, द फर्स्ट LG ऑफ दिल्ली मिस्टर Ayan झा, उनके घर में ऑल इंडिया गवर्नर्स का डिनर था। अब गवर्नर की गाड़ी आई, वो इम्पाला में, हम सब जा रहे हैं बैठ के। आमिर खान साहब, उनकी मैं बहुत इज्जत करता था, तो मुझे कहना यार देखो ये गवर्नर लोग आ रहे हैं, इनको म्यूज़िक की समझ नहीं है, तुम भी कम बजाना, मैं भी कम गाऊंगा। मैंने कहा हुजूर मैं तो आपको सुनने के लिए जा रहा हूँ, आपके सामने मैं क्या बजाऊंगा। अब ये तो गाड़ी में बोला उन्होंने, वहाँ मैंने आधे घंटे में ख़त्म कर दिया। अब खान साहब का गाना शुरू हुआ, तो हम लोग 5-7 लोग ऐसे थे जो वाह 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 कर रहे थे, वो गाए जा रहे हैं, उनका मन लग गया। ये लॉस्ट ट्रैक ऑफ टाइम, हम लोग वाह 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 वाह। तो उनका ये कैरेक्टर था, एक राग गाते गाते दूसरा शुरू हो जाते थे वो। तो उन्होंने जब दूसरा शुरू करा तो गवर्नर साहब ने मेरी तरफ साइन लैंग्वेज से पूछा कब ख़त्म करेंगे। तो मैंने कहा जिसको जाना है आप ले जाइए, इनको नहीं रोक सकता मैं। तो वो गाए जा रहे हैं, हम लोग वाह 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 वाह। अब अकेला गवर्नर रह गया, बाकी सारे गेस्ट अंदर चले गए। इट वॉज ए ऑफिशियल डिनर। अब खान साहब ने तीसरा राग भी शुरू कर दिया। अब गवर्नर ने मेरी तरफ देखा, मैंने कहा आप भी जाइए, तो गवर्नर भी चला गया और हम लोग वाह 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 गाए गा रहे गाए गा रहे गाए। अचानक उनकी शायद निगाह पड़ी खान साहब की, देखा कोई है ही नहीं हॉल में, तो अब्रप्टली ही उन्होंने बंद करा। मैं पास बैठा हुआ था, कहते यार कुछ ज़्यादा हो गया। मैंने कहा नहीं हुजूर, बड़ा मज़ा आ रहा था। तो ये है क्लासिकल म्यूज़िक। बट हाउ कैन यू कॉल उस्ताद आमिर खान साहब एज ए रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ऑफ इंडियन क्लासिकल म्यूज़िक? हम भगवान से यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि आई शुड नेवर बी द कॉज ऑफ ह्यूमिलिएशन ऑफ म्यूज़िक, कि ऑडियंस घड़ी देखने से पहले हम उठ जाए।
नहीं, ऐसा कभी नहीं।
तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है, सेंस ऑफ प्रोपोर्शन इन एवरी फील्ड। और ये नोबेल पीस प्राइज़ का जो फंक्शन हुआ, उनका रिक्वेस्ट था कि 5 ही मिनट बजाओ। ऐसे जब ऐसा कोई रिक्वेस्ट आता है तो गुस्सा आता है।
हाँ, कैसे
कि यह बदतमीजी है। हाँ, कि क्या कह रहा है हमको 5 ही मिनट बजाओ। देन एवरीबडी, माई फैमिली, they all made me realize the importance of Nobel Peace Prize। वो चैलेंज लिया हम लोग, 5 मिनट में क्या करेंगे। तो अमान यार हम लोग गए, नॉर्वे गए, एंड व्हाट ए सेलिब्रेशन, द प्रिपरेशन। दुनिया के लोग आए हुए थे, क्वीन लतीफ़ा वॉज द MC, और वो 5 मिनट पूरी दुनिया ने देखा। वो 5 मिनट 10,000 लोग तो वहीं बैठे हुए थे। तो ये म्यूज़िक हमेशा, म्यूज़िक इट शुड बी अपीलिंग म्यूज़िक।
ऑफ कोर्स
लोगों को अब आप कह रहे हो आपको समझ नहीं आता, लेकिन आपको जो भी म्यूज़िक पसंद नहीं आएगा आप चले जाओगे वहाँ से, या आप परेशान हो जाओगे। तो कान को अच्छा लगना चाहिए। आई ओनली टेल माई यंगर जनरेशन, द यंगर पीपल, दैट अवॉइड लाउड म्यूज़िक, क्योंकि लाउड म्यूज़िक भी एक नॉइज़ पोल्यूशन है। वो नहीं, गुलजार साहब ने मेरी डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई 1 घंटे की, और किसी ने अभी प्रिंस ऑफ अयोध्या मुझे कहीं मिले, तो मैंने पूछा आप क्या करते हैं? कहते मैंने अभी किताब लिखी है गुलजार साहब के ऊपर। कहते हैं गुलजार साहब से मैंने पूछा कोई ऐसी ख्वाहिश है जो आपकी रह गई है?
जी।
तो गुलजार साहब ने उनको कहा कि मैं अमजद अली खान को हीरो नहीं बना पाया।
आप out of the music, Western music or other influences outside India, what kind of music do you like or enjoy?
European Symphony Orchestra.
Who is the best, if you were to choose one voice in the world, vocalist, who would it be?
वो opera singer थे,
Pavarotti
थे, और another person used to sing with him. They became very famous, but amazing.
Bocelli.
They used to sing
yes,
together also. Yes. But I generally heard symphony music. Beethoven, Bach, Mozart, Tchaikovsky. I played duet with David Oistrak's son of Russia. And I went to Russia, they played my orchestra, Moscow Symphony Orchestra, they played Samagam. So I salute Western classical music. I can't do that, what they do. They read, at the same time they are playing, and they give so much respect to the conductor. When the conductor comes, so everybody get up.
They follow exactly what they say.
They stand. So it's amazing, and we have collaborated with many.
Another of the persons you've collaborated with, we have a short message from him, the great Hariharan ji.
Okay.
He is aware that this program is happening, and to you he needs no introduction, because for our audience you have collaborated on many musical projects.
He sang my compositions.
He sang your compositions. You have both been featured at events like Ragas by the River, and then you've been part of the Guftagu series, and you performed a tribute to late Lata Mangeshkar ji also.
Yes.
So Hariharan ji was very happy when he got to know you are coming to Republic, and he has a message for you.
Okay.
I'd like to play that, please. Thank you.
Namaskar. Today I feel deeply honored to speak about a living legend, a true jewel of Indian classical music, Ustad Amjad Khan Sahab. He is a national treasure and a true custodian of centuries-old traditions. What makes him truly exceptional is his unique style of playing the sarod. Using fingernails instead of fingertips, he produces a tone that is clear, lyrical, and emotionally stirring. He says beautifully, this plectrum can be a hammer or a feather, and in his hands, the sarod can roar like a thunder or whisper like a prayer. Ustad Amjad Khan Sahab has enriched classical music by composing several original ragas such as Rahat Kaunse, Kamal Shri, Atal Manjari, Priyadarshini, and many more, each born out of devotion, memory, and love. Ustad Amjad Khan Sahab has not only elevated the sarod, but has ensured it sings across generations and borders. He is truly a national treasure, a spiritual musician, and a symbol of India's timeless musical soul. I am fortunate enough to have known him personally and experience his magic firsthand, and blessed to have sung his compositions.
How does it feel when everybody calls you a national treasure? It's almost as in the world of music, people worship your music.
It's very kind of God. भगवान की कृपा है और हमारे देशवासियों का प्यार मोहब्बत 12 साल की उम्र से every region of India nurtured me, encouraged me, and helped me to be whatever.
But now you're still performing globally, and you have, even in 2025, he's performed globally everywhere from Kennedy Center to Stanford University.
Yes.
And your recent 2025 double album has reached number 3 in the Billboard charts. So you have become a global icon right now, an innovator in music.
It's all because of the love and blessings of the people, my audience, my family members. They are they take care of me, and they don't allow me to eat whatever I want.
You must never complain about your wife from a public platform. You have to go home today. So Lakshmi ji, no dinner for Khan Sahab today. He must have many dreams. I have a dream for you. Can I share what my dream is for you?
Yes.
I was thinking as you spoke that the world is changing. Today there is war and violence everywhere in the world. Missiles are raining from Iran to Israel, Israel to Iran. And we all know the condition of Afghanistan, where women are not allowed to go out. And because of the Taliban, there is no music. And what is the irony is that this music has come from Afghanistan to Gwalior, and from Gwalior to the world. My dream is that the world changes to a point where one day you, your sons and your grandsons can perform in Afghanistan and take that music there. That is my dream, and I think it will happen. I don't know, I have a feeling it will happen. The world will change.
You see, the king of Afghanistan, Hazrat, when I visited Afghanistan 1966. 66.
You must have been like, what, 20 years old?
It was a delegation, playback singer Hemant Kumar, Yamini Krishnamurthy, legendary Bharatnatyam dancer. So it was a delegation sent by ICCR.
Okay.
And King Zahir Shah,
okay,
Ala Hazrat Bashshah Ali, he was fond of music. One of his sons used to play sitar. Afghanistan was like India. They enjoyed music, they enjoyed good food. And in a public platform, I played for a few minutes. Then King sent a message कि अभी हमारा दिल नहीं भरा है. Please come to the palace.
Wow.
तो पंडित किशन महाराज तबला प्लेयर, हम लोग उनके पैलेस में गए. किंग कह रहा है खान साहब यमन बजाइए, खान साहब दरबारी बजाइए.
Amazing.
He knew so much.
Look at the knowledge of music.
And just see the change, the destiny of Afghanistan. We all know what happened.
Yeah.
So I hope one day, I'm even afraid to visit Kashmir also, because I'm not sure what will happen next moment. So I have been avoiding going to whether Afghanistan or Kashmir. My maximum performances has been Europe, America, Australia, Japan, even China I've been.
Yep.
So I would like to see, because I always imagined that 21st century will be very peaceful, very harmonious, because everybody is educated today.
Yeah.
Maximum people are educated. How can an educated person, or how can a PhD becomes communal?
Yeah.
How a PhD becomes radical? So we have to understand, I mean, somebody has to make the whole world understand we have a common God. सारी दुनिया का एक रब है भाई, एक ही तरह से आता है और एक ही तरह से जाता है. तो आई बाउ डाउन टू दैट शक्ति, मैं उसको सजदा करता हूँ जो दुनिया में भेजता है और ले जाता है. तो आई डोंट नो व्हाई पीपल आर टेकिंग टाइम टू अंडरस्टैंड. एजुकेशन कुड नॉट क्रिएट कंपैशन एंड काइंडनेस इन अ ह्यूमन बीइंग. ये नफरत कोई निकली नहीं हमारे अंदर से. We had so many Rishi Muni in our country. We all talk about our gurus and our Rishi and Muni. लेकिन हमें तो कोई ठीक नहीं कर पाया. हम वैसे ही हैं. वही नफरत, वही जेलसी, वही, और फिर मज़हब को लेकर नफरत, इसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है भाई.
Well, I think things will change. मुझे याद है 2002 में मैं लंदन में था किसी एक इवेंट या किसी कोर्स के लिए. तो उस समय मुझे कहा गया था कि आप बगल के होटल में हैं, और when I reached the hotel reception, it was like you couldn't enter the lobby, you know, and it was more than any global music icon will be, and it was not only Indians, it were people from all over the world. I sent Subbalakshmi ma'am a note कि मुझे अंदर ले आइए, and I was so proud in a way. See, he is not a religious figure. He is not a spiritual guru. He is not a politician. He is not a movie star. But he is bigger than all of them. And I think that when people say you are a treasure, I believe that you are an extension of India's soft power. Another person who loves you is Udit Narayan.
अच्छा.
ये सारे जब हमने, you know, for people, when you say, would you like to send, for you, I have a string of people who are dying to talk to you. You are an icon in your musical community. ये बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट है आपकी.
ये सब,
ये मैं उनकी मैसेज,
प्यार है.
नहीं, आपकी अचीवमेंट है, आपकी पर्सनैलिटी है.
अभी हरिहरन जी ने जो कुछ बोला है, वेरी ग्रेटफुल. मैं आई वुड लाइक टू से समथिंग अबाउट हरिहरन.
प्लीज प्लीज प्लीज, we'll send this to him.
You see, being a South Indian, और his mother is also a great musician. माता जी ने उनको सिखाया और उन्होंने अपने उस्ताद से सीखा भी. Then gradually and slowly, how he absorbed Urdu language.
Yep.
And he sang ghazal, and he has given a different dimension to ghazal. He has given a different. His approach of music is so different and different than others. He was helping Mehdi Hasan Sahab also.
Yeah.
Or
he's done a lot of fusion.
So very, very. I mean, once I was composing a ghazal project. 40 ghazals I composed. It was a TV serial called Guftagu. Mr. Sayyid Naqvi was the. He was the
narrator.
He was the narrator.
Ji.
And that was many playback singers sang, and Hariharan was very new at that time, and he sang my 2-3 ghazals, amazing. So I'm very proud of him, and he has become icon today, and people love him, and I also love him, my
That's
family.
wonderful.
So I think he should have very healthy life and long life.
So Udit Narayanji's message I want to play. You collaborated with him for the Samagam series.
Yes.
And he has something wonderful to say to you. Please, if we can play his message to you. And then we'll pass the mic around also, because if anybody would like to speak directly to Khan Sahab.
मैं आपके लिए क्या कह सकता हूँ? सरोद में जिनकी मौसीकी के उतर आए सहरे आफताब और शबे महताब है। सरोद में जिनकी मौसीकी के उतर आए सहरे आफताब और शबे महताब है। दीवाना जिनका पूरा का पूरा कायनात है। उनका ही नाम जनाब अमजद उस्ताद है। हम भारतवासियों को गर्व है कि हमारे देश में उस्ताद अमजद अली खान जैसे अजीम फनकार हैं।
And my last message is from Malini Awasthi ji. She's a very close musician to your family. She's very close to you, and she is known as the folk queen of India. She has collaborated with Aman and Ayan, I think, recently on a holy themed album.
Yes.
And I would like to play out Malini Awasthi ji's message, and then we'll open this up.
आदरणीय उस्ताद जी के बारे में मैं क्या कह सकती हूँ। मुझे लगता है वे हमारे हिंदुस्तान के कोहिनूर हैं। हमारे देश के एक ऐसे सितारे जिनकी चमक दमक से, जिनकी मौसीकी की महक से पूरी दुनिया रोशन है। ये हम सब की खुशनसीबी कि हम एक ऐसे वक्त में जी रहे हैं, गा बजा रहे हैं, जो खान साहब को सामने बैठ के सुन पा रहे हैं, सीख पा रहे हैं। मेरे जैसे कितने ही कलाकारों के लिए वे एक इंस्टीट्यूशन है। उनसे लोगों ने मंच का सलीका सीखा है, शाइस्तगी सीखी है, और एक बर्ताव एक कलाकार का इतनी ऊंचाई पर पहुंच करके शालीनता क्या होती है, एक ख़ानदान की विरासत को आगे ले जाने की जिम्मेदारी, एक बड़प्पन की जो एक निशानी है वो कलाकार में कैसी होती है, ये किसी भी कलाकार को देखना हो, सीखना हो तो आदरणीय उस्ताद अमजद अली खान साहब की शख्सियत है। मैं बहुत खुशनसीब हूँ कि मुझे उनका बहुत प्यार और आशीर्वाद मिला है, उनका और आदरणीय सुब्बलक्ष्मी जी का, पूरे परिवार का।
Before I hand over to the audience, I want to list some of your achievements, because in the world of music today, there are very few people who have been recognized globally as much as Khan Sahab. Khan Sahab has over the decades got some of the highest civilian and artistic awards. Padma Shri 1975. Or you must have been one of the youngest ever recipients of Padma Shri. Padma Bhushan in 1991. Padma Vibhushan in 2001. Sangeet Natak Academy Award 1989. Fellowship of the Sangeet Natak Academy 2011. Globally, he is the recipient of the UNESCO International Music Award 1970. He must have been about 24 years old when he received that, which tells you about his genius. The Gandhi UNESCO Medal 1995. The Fukuoka Prize in Japan 2004. And he has got a Grammy nomination for Ancient Sounds, which celebrates his contribution to world music. सबसे बड़ा अवार्ड है आप एक तरह से, और एक आपने सिर्फ अपने फैमिली के लिए नहीं, what you are doing for the establishment of Sarod Ghar. अब Sarod Ghar is, I wish everybody can go there. I hope I can go there once. It's a museum in Gwalior, housed in your ancestral home. आपकी जो पूरा in the home and you were born, वहाँ पे आपने, you are preserving your musical heritage, and we have created a small video. हम चाहते हैं कि our viewers visit Sarod Ghar.
मैं मालिनी अवस्थी जी के लिए कुछ कहना चाहूँगा।
हाँ जी, कहिए प्लीज।
और उदित नारायण जी के लिए भी, क्योंकि उदित नारायण कितने हज़ारों फिल्मी गाने उन्होंने गाए हैं, और हम लोग सब फिल्म देखते हैं। शाहरुख खान का बैकग्राउंड में उदित नारायण है, कहीं सलमान खान, कहीं आमिर खान।
आपको कभी फिल्म से ऑफर नहीं आया?
नहीं, गुलजार साहब ने मेरी डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई 1 घंटे की, और किसी ने अभी प्रिंस ऑफ अयोध्या मुझे कहीं मिले तो मैंने पूछा आप क्या करते हैं? कहते मैंने अभी किताब लिखी है गुलजार साहब के ऊपर। कहते हैं गुलजार साहब से मैंने पूछा कोई ऐसी ख्वाहिश है जो आपकी रह गई है?
जी।
तो गुलजार साहब ने उनको कहा कि मैं अमजद अली खान को हीरो नहीं बना पाया।
आप अच्छी कंपटीशन देते हैं।
तो
आपकी बहुत बात करने का तरीका, आपकी चार्मिंग स्टाइल,
इट्स वेरी काइंड ऑफ हिम,
आपकी फीमेल फैन फॉलोइंग, सब
तो ये उदित नारायण जी बहुत ही वर्सेटाइल सिंगर हैं और सबसे तारीफ की बात है कि नेपाल के हैं।
जी जी,
और नेपाल के होते हुए उन्होंने अपने यहाँ का म्यूज़िक को समझा और इतना पॉपुलर हुआ और बहुत ही कामयाब सिंगर है। आई रियली एडमायर हिम एंड उनको बहुत मैं प्यार करता हूँ। और मालिनी अवस्थी ये आज की मल्टी डायमेंशनल मल्टी फैसेटेड म्यूजिशियन बन गई है, क्योंकि ठुमरी और भी लोग गाते हैं। इन्होंने हमारी बहन गिरजा देवी जी से सीखा और लोगों से भी सीखा, बट इनका जो फोक एलिमेंट है, फोक म्यूज़िक का इन्होंने रिसर्च करा है। और मैंने अभी इनका न्यूयॉर्क में कॉन्सर्ट अटेंड करा, तो बहुत ही अमेजिंग म्यूजिशियन। आई एम वेरी प्राउड ऑफ हर और खुदा करे उनको वो जैसा चाहती हैं उनको मान सम्मान प्यार दुनिया का मिले। माय गुड विशेस आर।
थैंक यू। I would like to play a video on Sarod Ghar, which is a beautiful museum which features all the classical instruments which have been created by you.
This is Kesar Bhai, legendary. बड़े बड़े म्यूजिशियंस के इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स लोगों ने, उस्ताद बड़े गुलाम अली खान साहब का स्वर मंडल, बड़े बड़े म्यूजिशियंस, दे हैव डोनेटेड देयर इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स।
That's really beautiful. That's very beautiful. Is there something before I put the mic to our audience? आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे to the younger generation, to people, because this interview will be shown across our channel. दुनिया भर में लोग इसको देखेंगे. Something that you would like them to carry through about music.
मैंने ये देखा था, एक मेरे साथ ऐसा एक इंसिडेंट हुआ कि एक साहब का फ़ोन आया, कहने कि मेरी बेटी का सीडी लॉन्च करना है आपको, आपकी फ़ीस क्या है? तो मैंने कहा भाई ये काम तो मैं करता नहीं हूँ, और मैं उनको जानता था, तो मैंने फ़ीस की कोई बात नहीं है, मैं आ जाऊँगा। अब वहाँ जब मैं गया, उनकी बेटी गाने के लिए बैठी हुई है, वो सारे म्यूजिशियन मुझे देख के थोड़े हैरान हुए कि मैं कैसे आ गया वहाँ। तो उसका जब गाना शुरू हुआ तो मैंने सोचा यार मैं फ़ीस ले लेता तो ज़्यादा अच्छा था। बहुत ही दुख हुआ कि ये एल्बम बनाने के लिए गाना सीखा इसने। तो यंगर जनरेशन से मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि प्लीज़ लर्न म्यूज़िक टू अंडरस्टैंड म्यूज़िक। आप सीडी बना रहे हो, बेसुरा गा रहे हो, तो ये नहीं होना चाहिए। यू मस्ट लर्न म्यूज़िक टू अंडरस्टैंड म्यूज़िक एंड टू एंजॉय म्यूज़िक। क्योंकि हमने देख रहे हैं कि हर आदमी स्टेज पर गाने के लिए सीख रहा है, या एल्बम बनाने के लिए सीख रहा है, या वो क्या क्या शोज़ होते हैं टीवी पे, इंडियन आइडल में जाने के लिए सीख रहा है। बहुत अच्छे हैं. I mean, very proud of younger generation. They are fantastic in every field. सरो, सितार, गाना, तबला, they are brilliant. लेकिन साधना करना चाहिए, रियाज करना चाहिए. सिर्फ थोड़े दिन के लिए म्यूजिक सीख कर एल्बम बनाना इट्स नॉट ए सर्विस टू म्यूजिक.
ये बहुत बड़ी बात कि आजकल सब लोग इन्फ्लुएंसर बनना चाहते हैं.
बस थोड़ी देर के लिए काम करना है.
हाँ, वीडियो बनानी है.
हाँ, वीडियो बनाना.
तपस्या नहीं करते.
तपस्या नहीं. तपस्या के लिए, स्ट्रगल के लिए, क्योंकि हमारी फील्ड ऐसी है कि हमारे पिताजी बस रियाज करो, रियाज करो. कोई प्लानिंग नहीं है. हर फील्ड में आदमी प्लान करता है, 5 साल में ये होगा, 10 साल में ये होगा, 15 साल में. हमारे पिताजी को भी नहीं पता कल क्या होगा, और उसकी कोई प्लानिंग नहीं है, बस रियाज करो. तो देयर वाज ए स्ट्रगल, देयर इज़ ए स्ट्रगल एंड देयर विल बी स्ट्रगल. आई नो. तो ये फील्ड ऐसी है कि इसमें समर्पित होना पड़ता है भगवान को, गुरु को. अब जो भी कुछ बात करना चाहिए.
जी जी, बिल्कुल 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 बिल्कुल. आपने बहुत मीनिंगफुल बात कही है. वील थ्रो द माइक अराउंड. आई थिंक रक्षिता, वी हैव सम टाइम, a few minutes. You can ask your question directly, शरद.
नमस्कार उस्ताद जी.
नमस्कार.
एक ऑब्जर्वेशन और एक क्वेश्चन है. ऑब्जर्वेशन ये है कि आपने जुगलबंदी का बड़ा अच्छा एग्जांपल दिया है, इंडियन ड्रेस पहन के, साथ में स्नीकर्स पहन के. हैट्स ऑफ टू यू. प्रश्न मेरा ये है कि इज़ इट टू लेट टू लर्न तबला? आई एम वेरी फॉन्ड ऑफ लर्निंग तबला. इज़ इट टू लेट टू लर्न इन लाइफ?
नहीं, इसमें उम्र का कोई वो नहीं है. आप कभी भी शुरू कर सकते हैं. और तबला एक रिदम ऐसी चीज़ है कि हर इंसान की जो हार्ट बीट है वो भी एक रिदम है. तो ज़रूर सीखिए. विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट.
थैंक यू.
और ये लेगेसी की जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, ये लेगेसी जो भी रियाज करेगा, जो भी अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को रियलाइज़ करेगा. अब हमें कहना नहीं पड़ता अमान रियाज करो या अयान रियाज करो. दे बिकम रिस्पॉन्सिबल. और लेगेसी भगवान चलाता है. जब भगवान की इच्छा होगी तो वो लेगेसी चलेगी. अब शहनाई कौन बजाएगा, किसका नाम होगा, ये तो भगवान ही जानता है.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IHM.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते, जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Axiom at Mission 4, welcome aboard the International Space Station. Pilot Shubhanshu Shukla is the next one to come across, representing ISRO. It is his first space flight for Peggy Whitson, her return to the International Space Station on her 5th flight, second as a member of Axiom Space. Great big hugs and handshakes across all members of Expedition 73. And Axiom at Mission 4 is Anne McLean and Nicole Ayers of NASA, along with Johnny Kim, Kirill Peskov, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky of Roscosmos, and Takuya Onishi, commander of Expedition 73 and of JAXA, with handshakes and hugs for Peggy Whitson, Shubhanshu Shukla, Sławomir Uznański-Wisniewski, and Tibor Kapu. And with their arrival to the International Space Station, that now makes 288 visitors to the orbiting laboratory.
Has officially entered the International Space Station
Thank you, all the press people, all the family members, most importantly, well done. Congratulations all.
बड़ी खुशी की बात है कि इंडियन सबको लेके गया ऊपर पायलट नाम है कि अमेरिका के फ्लोरिडा से गए ले गए सुभांशु भारत के।
It has been a treat listening to you today. So, you know, what I heard of you, you are gifted with such good voice. I heard Tarana and there's a lot of gamak in your voice. But how is it that you did not think of becoming a high degree vocalist as well? Or could have deviated from the instrumentalist, you know? I mean, your voice is so good.
थैंक यू थैंक यू। ऐसा है कि गाना सीखना बहुत ज़रूरी था फॉर एनी इंस्ट्रूमेंटलिस्ट। हमारे पिताजी के पास पंडित भीमसेन जोशी आए थे सीखने के लिए।
I thought so. You wanted to carry on the tradition and carry on the legacy.
तो ये गाना बड़ा बहुत ही एक नेचुरल फिनोमिना है कि हर इंसान आप सभी गा सकते हैं। कोई बाथरूम के अंदर गाता है, कोई बाथरूम के बाहर गाता है। तो ये ह्यूमन इंस्टिंक्ट है, हर इंसान के अंदर गाना है।
Your voice is too good.
थैंक यू सो मच। लेकिन I always wanted to sing through my.
Understand that better. I enjoyed that because instrumental is a little difficult.
Yeah.
But it was great listening to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Khan Sahab, I'll stand up and speak a few words. She was my superior better half, who's a classical singer, and so I can imagine what she's really appreciating in her heart. And that's why she's here. We stay in Gurgaon. But sir, I am a gunner, and while I was sitting here.
He's from the army, sir. He's a retired general, sir.
So when you started and your introduction was there, and I met Arnab, and I did not know the legend behind you was sitting next to Arnab. But your introduction led me to do some thinking, and I'm a gunner, I'm an artillery man, I can pound the targets, but it softened me. And this is what I wrote when you were playing the first this thing. And it came from my heart, and it's related to what the nuclear world is today and what you are talking of, and I put those words in it.
Yes.
So it says, before I say this, you have been described as a national treasure with a rich inheritance. But what I would say of you, sir, you are a treasure of living legacy, and you'll remain that.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that's what I want the audience to give a louder clap. And this is what I have written. If music transcends borders and religion, then it is only natural to believe that two faiths can converge in a harmonious interplay, a fusion and fission of ideas, beliefs, and emotions, creating bonds of fissile intensity and that dissolve barriers and build something greater than the sum of their parts. So I showed it to her, and she said, no, you have not written this. Then I sent it to Harsh also. So he believed me, but not she.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
आपको याद होगा सर, around 30 years back you have performed the Sahaj Yoga program in front of Her Holiness Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi. Yes. So the energy, the peace, the spirituality which I have felt at that time, I am feeling the same at here only. But I just I'm just wondering, how come your charm, your spirituality, your humbleness is still there even after 30 years?
ये भगवान की देन है और हमारे बुजुर्गों का संस्कार है, हमारे देश की संस्कृति है ये। Thank you.
Thank you.
And one more thing, sir. How can this music, the classical music, and the word is so disturbed these days, right? How can any advice to us that how this classical music can help us bring the word peace and towards attain towards the spirituality?
देखिए, आपकी गुरु माता जी जो थी, माता निर्मला देवी, वो बहुत समझती थी म्यूज़िक को। उनका बहुत प्यार आशीर्वाद हमको मिला है। और अभी जो हालत है दुनिया की, अभी कोई म्यूज़िक उसे ठीक नहीं कर सकता। वहाँ अपने आप ही म्यूज़िक हो रहा है। उसको हमें पहचानना होगा ये कौन से घराने का म्यूज़िक है। ये भगवान ठीक कर सकता है, हम लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकते इसमें।
बच्ची आप कुछ पूछना चाहती हो?
आप इधर आ जाओ बेटा, इधर आ जाओ,
सामने आ जाओ बेटा।
My name is Akshayani and I'm learning music, and I wanted to know what was the most difficult piece or performance you have performed.
अच्छा, आप गाना सीख रही हो? क्या सीख रहे हो? You are learning music?
Yes, I'm learning music.
Can you sing something for me? Such sing something. What do you sing in your school?
In my school, so I'm learning Western music.
आजा बैठो।
Today I've heard the Sarod for the first time, and I was mesmerized.
What did you do?
Mesmerized, oh wow.
फिर से बोलो जोर से।
I heard the Sarod for the first time today, and I was mesmerized by it.
Oh, thank you. I'm grateful. God bless you. And I would like to hear your song. Can you sing something? Anything?
शिव के लाशों के वासी, दौली धारों के राजा, शंकर संकट हरना।
Da 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 go. Da 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 go.
शिव के लाशों के वासी, दौली धारों के राजा, शंकर संकट हरना।
Shabash, very good.
Well done, well done, well done. See, this is when she says she's mesmerized by your music. I think there's nothing needs to be said after this.
I just want to say I am not asking anything to my husband, but I'm just reminding another aspect of his contribution to the younger generations. When the children were in school, modern school, he was very disturbed. He said, in our country, we sing only happy birthday and all the old MacDonald had a farm, all kinds of things. We don't have anything in Hindi. So that aspect I wanted him to say. He has forgotten that. He has done a record, LP record, years ago. I don't remember the year. Aman and Ayan were quite young. And he has done Amjad Sarod sings with the children.
Oh wow.
That he...
Wow. I want you to talk a little. We'd love to hear about it.
You see, when Aman and they were young children, and I was seeing that all the cassettes were coming from Europe and America, and everybody was celebrating happy birthday and old MacDonald and Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, all these things. So I created an album to entertain children, 2 albums, and I also composed many songs to entertain the children. एक हिंदुस्तानी बच्चे बर्थडे को कैसे सेलिब्रेट करेंगे
जी।
आओ हम सब मिलकर नाचें और गाएं कि राम की सालगिरह है, सालगिरह हो तुमको मुबारक, हम सब की है दुआएं। आओ हम सब मिलकर नाचें और गाएं कि राम की सालगिरह है, सालगिरह हो तुमको मुबारक, हम सब की है दुआएं. It's a long song, so I created that. And similarly, 40 ghazals I composed, and Hariharan ji sang also. Many playback singers, Asha Bhosle ji sang the. So in the film world, the music director makes the melody first, and that melody goes to the script lyricist. वो फिर लिखने वाला उसके ऊपर गाना लिखता है. लेकिन 40 गज़ल्स जो मेरे पास आई थी, that was the evolution, a journey of ghazals from Hazrat Amir Khusro onwards to Ghalib, and it was, every episode was on television, and so the melody comes to my mind. Da ra da da ra, da ra da da ra, da ra da da. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sa pa da ra da da ra da da da. So एक मेलोडी आई दिमाग में, da ra da da ra, 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 da ra da ra da ra. अंतरा इसका da 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 ra, da 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 ra, da 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 ra, da ra da ra da da ra, da ra da ra da ra, da da ra da ra, da ra da da ra, da ra da. तो ये मेलोडी डॉक्टर मदन गोपाल जी के पास भेजी गई, तो उन्होंने इसके ऊपर लिखा, बोलो जी बोलो, अखियाँ तो खोलो, बोलो जी बोलो, अखियाँ तो खोलो, घूंघटा तो उड़ जाए, बोलो. तो इस किस्म से गाने बनते हैं. और एक एल्बम गुलजार साहब ने गाने लिखे, मैंने कंपोज करे, रूप कुमार राठौर, साधना सरगम ने गाया. एक पंकज उदास जी ने एक एल्बम मेरी गाई, उनके लिए भी मैंने कंपोजिशंस बनाए. तो गुलजार साहब वाला एल्बम था वादा. तो इन आवर फ्री टाइम आई कीप कंपोजिंग गज़ल, भजन, ये तराना वगैरह हम करते रहते हैं. और अभी सेकंड सिम्फनी भी मैंने बना ली है, वो अभी somebody has to assigned, वो अभी पब्लिक में पेश नहीं हुई है. फर्स्ट इज कॉल्ड समागम, सरोद कंचर्ट.
We look forward to that very much.
So the last question.
Okay, last question. Khan Sahab has to go. Yes, Harsh.
Namaskar, Khan Sahab. First of all, feeling very blessed to be sitting in front of you and listening to you. I'm sure everybody in the audience also feeling the same. I'm overwhelmed right now. And a fantastic conversation between the two of you, very rare moment for all of us. Two things struck with me when you were speaking. One is that you mentioned that education is not necessarily books. It could be a sitar, it could be a sarod, it could be a tabla and a flute. And the second thing you mentioned that आपके पिताजी ने आपको कहा कि एक वक्त पे एक ही काम हो सकता है, या तो सुर या तो किताब. Why is that in our country? Or what is your message to this country and to the viewers, to everybody in the audience? What is our country can do to have more music institutes in this country to part the knowledge of Indian music, to encourage youngsters to probably decide and take up music more than books and what they really want to do. It was so encouraging to see this young girl come up to you and perform. And that is why I got inspired to ask you this question. You think there is a potential to have more music institutes in this country, more serious music education partition in this? Khan Sahab, one more unreasonable request. Because I've heard you singing in the last few minutes. One song which is your favorite of the great Hemant Kumar, if you can sing few lines, if you know of any of your favorite songs.
देखिए, हमें अल्फाज शब्द याद नहीं रहते हैं, लेकिन आई एडमायर हेमंत कुमार्स वॉइस. डा 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 ना हम तुम्हें जान. तो ये बचपन से हम लोग ये सारे हिंदुस्तानी लाउड स्पीकर बजते रहते थे, चारों तरफ से गानों की आवाज़ आ रही है, आपको पसंद हो या नहीं हो आप गाने लगते थे उनको, ये होता था. अभी 21 जून को दुनिया में योगा मनाया गया और 21 जून को वर्ल्ड म्यूज़िक डे भी होता है. तो हमारे बंगाल में 2 म्यूजिशियंस हैं, सौम्योजीत और स्वरेंद्रो. तो लास्ट ईयर उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया था और वो आए थे दिल्ली में मुझे रिकॉर्ड करने के लिए. तो भैरवी मैंने उनके लिए बजाई स्टूडियो में. फिर वो मेरे पास आए, कहने साहब हम मोहम्मद रफ़ी जी को उनके 100 साल पे ट्रिब्यूट देना चाह रहे हैं, तो उनके लिए आप एक लाइन गा दीजिए, मोहम्मद रफ़ी का कोई गाना. हाँ, तो वो हम दोनों, एक फ़िल्म आई थी उसमें उनका बहुत ही खूबसूरत गाना था, तो मैंने अभी गा कर बताओ. तो उन्होंने गाया उसको, कहते एक लाइन आप गा दीजिए इसके. तो वो लाइन शायद आप लोगों ने टीवी पे देखा होगा वर्ल्ड म्यूज़िक डे का. अभी ना जाओ छोड़ के दिल अभी भरा नहीं, अभी ना जाओ छोड़ के दिल अभी भरा नहीं. ये भी लंबा गाना है. Thank you.
I'm sure everybody wants to have the same ki dil abhi bhara nahi. So I would like to take a privilege to say a few things. What Arnab had said, that why you have such a good female fan following, I can understand that. You are a complete package. The way you were singing. हमें ये लग रहा था कि मैं आपका सितार, आपका म्यूजिक सुनने आया हूँ या आपकी गायकी सुनने आया हूँ. इट वॉज रियली अमेजिंग, देयर इज़ नो डाउट अबाउट इट.
थैंक यू.
सर, मेरा एक छोटा सा सवाल है कि यू आर द 8th generation of your legacy, and definitely the legacy will continue going forward. But what can we do to have the legacy outside the family legacy boundary as well? The way we have seen that many of the things is not into the same way, like बिस्मिल्लाह खान साहब जो सहनाई बजाते थे, आज के डेट में उस लेगेसी को हम कहाँ लेके जाएंगे if nobody is there from his own family to carry forward? So how can we, what should we do that this legacy should continue forever, not only within the family legacy but with the national legacy as such? So how can we contribute to have that as a legacy?
वो इंस्टीट्यूशन की जो बात इन्होंने करी थी वो भी मैं करना चाह रहा हूँ, और आपकी भी बात. पहले ज़माने में एक नॉलेजेबल आदमी को इंस्टीट्यूशन समझा जाता था, आज एक सीमेंटेड बिल्डिंग को इंस्टीट्यूशन समझा जा रहा है. तो जिसको सीखना है वो गुरु के पास आता है, क्योंकि गुरु दक्षिणा, आपने सुना होगा ये शब्द, गुरु दक्षिणा. गुरदास मान बहुत फेमस पंजाब के गायक हैं, बहुत ही अच्छा इंसान है. वो आकर मेरे कहीं मुझे मिले तो उन्होंने मुझे एक लिफाफा हाथ में पकड़ा, भी क्या कर रहे हो? नहीं, नजराना, गुरु दक्षिणा. तो वो गुरु परस्त आदमी है, इसलिए वो खुदा ने उसको कामयाब करा है. तो गुरु के प्रति श्रद्धा और गुरु को समर्पित होना, ये सारी चीज़ों से, और जिसे शौक़ है वो गुरु के पास आता है. इंस्टीट्यूशन में डिग्री लेने जाता है, वो PhD बन जाता है म्यूज़िक का, नौकरी मिलती है उसे, हमें नहीं मिलेगी नौकरी.
थैंक यू.
तो ये इंस्टीट्यूशन में डिग्री मिलती है, स्टूडेंट फीस देते हैं और टीचर को भी तनख्वाह मिलती है, तो इट्स ए डिफरेंट सिस्टम। तो वो सिस्टम से दुनिया चल रही है, ख़तरा नहीं है। हमारे सिस्टम में ख़तरा है कि रियाज करो, कल का पता नहीं। और जो लेगेसी की जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, ये लेगेसी जो भी रियाज करेगा, जो भी अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को रियलाइज़ करेगा, अब हमें कहना नहीं पड़ता अमान रियाज करो या अयान रियाज करो, दे बिकम रिस्पॉन्सिबल। जब कॉन्सर्ट आता है तो सब अपने अपने कमरे में लगे हुए हैं, रियाज कर रहे हैं। और मेरे बहुत सारे शागिर्द हैं जो बाहर से आए हैं, वो भी मेरी औलाद हैं, वो भी म्यूज़िक के ऊपर डिपेंड कर रहे हैं। तो अब सवाल ये है कि इंस्टीट्यूशन पूरे दुनिया में है, लेकिन वो सीख के करेंगे क्या? उनको फिर प्लेटफॉर्म देना पड़ेगा आपको, और ज़्यादा तकलीफ में तो नौकरी भी देना पड़ेगी आपको। तो इट्स फुल ऑफ स्ट्रगल। और लेगेसी भगवान चलाता है, जब भगवान की इच्छा होगी तो वो लेगेसी चलेगी। अब शहनाई कौन बजाएगा, किसका नाम होगा, ये तो भगवान ही जानता है। तो ये क्लासिकल म्यूज़िक is like entering into a dark tunnel with the hope of sun ray someday. रोशनी की तलाश में आदमी एक गुफा में घुसता है, और किसी को रोशनी दिखती है, किसी को नहीं दिखती है वो रोशनी। कहते हैं चिराग तले अंधेरा। एक गुरु के पास आप रहते हैं और फिर भी गुरु को नहीं समझ पाते कि नीचे अंधेरा है। तो भगवान की कृपा जिसके ऊपर है वो मोहम्मद रफ़ी बन जाता है, या किशोर कुमार, या हेमंत कुमार, या उदित कुमार, या हरिहरन बन जाते हैं। हमारी मालिनी अवस्थी बहुत ही अच्छी आर्टिस्ट है और बहुत इनका कंट्रीब्यूशन है। और थैंक यू मिस्टर अर्नब गोस्वामी जी, he has given this time to all of us to meet and discuss. And please give a big hand to my wife Subbalakshmi ji.
I would.
तो इन्होंने हम सबको बजाने के लायक बनाया है, और अभी तक हम लोग रियाज कर रहे हैं, बजा रहे हैं। घर की शांति बहुत ज़रूरी है, और जब घर में अशांति होती है तो फिर वो दुनिया भी अशांत हो जाती है उस म्यूज़िक से। तो खुदा करे आप सबको शांति मिले। आई होप यू ऑल अचीव एवरीथिंग व्हाट यू डिज़ायर एंड डिज़र्व इन योर लाइफ। God bless you. Thank you so much.
Sir, I just say one thing, sir. I just want to say one thing at the end, that ये जो 2 to 3 hours we have spent almost together, पता नहीं चला how this time passed. और in this room and among people watching, for the time we are watching, we have forgotten कि बाहर दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है. Whether there are wars or whether there is tension, whether there is bloodshed, and that is what music is all about. एंड आपको सुन के मुझे और एक चीज़ लगी कि देयर आर मेनी ग्रेट म्यूजिशियंस, बट देयर इज़ नोबडी लाइक यू हु ब्रिंग्स सो मच इमोशन इन योर म्यूज़िक। मुझे जब आपको देखा तो मुझे लगा कि द इमोशन यू ब्रिंग इनटू योर परफॉर्मेंस एंड इन द वे यू टॉक इज़ इनक्रेडिबल, इट्स इंटेंस।
थैंक यू।
वी आर वेरी प्राउड टू हैव यू हियर एंड टू हैव सुब्बलक्ष्मी मैम हियर। मैम, आई कैन टेल यू दिस, you have as much role in creating this legacy. Your single-minded contribution to music, to Khan Saab's music, to your sons and now your grandsons.
इनके लिए हमने एक राग बनाया, राग सुब्बलक्ष्मी।
राग सुब्बलक्ष्मी।
राग सुब्बलक्ष्मी। इनका जन्मदिन था 22 जुलाई, and I was in Chennai. I was performing in Music Academy Hall. और मुझे लगता था what should I give her? She has given Aman Ayan in my life. तो ये हमेशा एक दिमाग में सोच आता था। तो उन दिनों एक मेलोडी दिमाग में आई और मैंने पहली बार चेन्नई में बजाया, और इन्होंने टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया का न्यूज़ में पढ़ा कि ये सब हुआ चेन्नई में। शी वॉज अनअवेयर अबाउट इट,
देखिए
कि ये एक राग बनाया। तो वो एक ऐसा ट्यून था, डरा 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 dara 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 di da dara 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 da dara da dara 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 da dara dara da da dara da da dara da da dara 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 ri ra dara ra ra sa re ga ma pa. Something new. I called it Rag Subbalakshmi.
I thank you for making this afternoon a very, very special one and for being part of Legends.
Thank you.
You are the legend and we are so proud and so happy to have you. Standing ovation, of course. Of course, of course. Hands up. Let's all give him a nice loud. Ma'am.
Keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen, please.
बीच में आ जाओ. Thank you.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। We're here with you.
Situasi korban, sebaiknya kita berdoa agar semuanya hilang.
SAR gabungan. Sukses. Masuk. Siapkan tutup pintu. Masuk.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAH.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us this Saturday evening. You're watching the long form story with me, Niranjan. On the show this evening, we're getting you 4 stories that dominated the news in the last week. It's been a newsy week, and on today's show, we go deep into these 4 stories that have been the subject of conversation and debate in the last week. Our first story is about India's space odyssey. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the first Indian to have been on the International Space Station. His journey from Lucknow to the cosmos is not one of his alone. It's the testament to India's rewriting of the space history. And back home, our second story captures the grim reality of West Bengal. Another day, another woman, another campus attacked in the very place she's supposed to feel secure. Our third story this evening is from Assam. The story of a gas well that turned into a ticking time bomb in Assam's Sivasagar district. 16-day battle to stop it. Our ground investigation putting into perspective everything, the background sequence of events, how an entire village was made to vacate the land they call home. And finally, what is happening in Punjab? Cartel-like killings, mafia wars, vicious cycle of drug peddling, encounters, and partisan politics. Punjab has reached a boiling point. And with that, let's get started with our first long-form story this evening. From Rakesh Sharma's salute to Kalpana Chawla's dream, India's space journey has always reached beyond gravity. Now tonight, a new name in the last week, joining that stellar league from the bustling heart of Lucknow to the edge of Earth's orbit, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, once a quiet schoolboy in Uttar Pradesh, now on board the International Space Station as part of Axiom Mission 4. Now his story isn't just about space, it's about belief, discipline, and a billion dreams taking flight. It's the echo of Viksit Bharat rising, confident, rooted, and reaching higher and higher. It's the journey from India's lanes to space.
LVM-3 के उत्थापन के साथ ही हमारे अंतरिक्ष यान चंद्रयान 3 की चंद्रमा की यात्रा प्रारंभ हो चुकी है।
40 वर्ष के बाद कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में जाने वाला है.
From the Indian Space Research Organization, AX-4 pilot Shubhanshu Shukla.
Namaste. I am Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla.
लेकिन इस बार टाइम भी हमारा है, काउंट डाउन भी हमारा है और रॉकेट भी हमारा है.
A fighter pilot for 15 years, he was selected as one of 4 Indian astronauts in 2020.
आपको तो पृथ्वी माता की परिक्रमा का सौभाग्य मिला है. अभी आप पृथ्वी के किस भाग के ऊपर से गुजर रहे होंगे?
हम दिन में 16 बार परिक्रमा करते हैं. 16 सूर्योदय और 16 संन्यास, सनराइज और सनसेट हम देखते हैं ऑर्बिट से. और बहुत ही अचंभित कर देने वाला ये पूरा प्रोसेस है. इस परिक्रमा में, इस तेज गति में, जिस हम इस समय करीब 28,000 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से चल रहे हैं आपसे बात करते वक्त, और ये गति पता नहीं चलती क्योंकि हम तो अंदर हैं, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं ये गति जरूर दिखाती है कि हमारा देश कितनी गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है इस समय.
For decades, India's journey to the stars has lit up the sky. From Rakesh Sharma's iconic moment in orbit.
ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है आपको?
जी, मैं बगैर किसी झिझक के कह सकता हूँ कि सारे जहां से अच्छा.
To Kalpana Chawla and Sunita Williams, inspiring a billion dreams.
So I called all the crew members one by one and they saw it and everybody said, oh wow.
From moonshots to Mars. From Chandrayaan to Gaganyaan. This is a story of vision, science and sky-high belief. And now, a new name joins that constellation from the heartland of Hindi-speaking India, Uttar Pradesh. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla is set to pilot a mission to the International Space Station. In the quiet lanes of Lucknow, pride now hangs on the walls. Faces smile wider. Strangers stop to ask for a boy's house, a boy who touched the skies and left his footprints among the stars. Shubhanshu's name now travels faster than the wind in these alleys, the tea stalls to temples. He's not just a name anymore. He's a story everyone wants to tell.
जी जी हाँ जी, शुभांशु शुक्ला जो अंतरिक्ष में जा रहे हैं जी. हाँ मिले हैं, 1-2 बार मिले हैं. बहुत अच्छे नेचर के हैं, मतलब लखनऊ की शान बनने वाले हमारे लोग हैं. और क्या, हम लोगों को बहुत गर्व है भाई.
But this story isn't written in headlines. It's written on every brick of this street, in every corner that once echoed with his laughter, and now whispers his name with pride.
शुभांशु शुक्ला लखनऊ की गलियों का रहने वाला वो लड़का जो अंतरिक्ष की असीमित संभावनाओं को तलाशने जा रहा है. शुभांशु शुक्ला के घर को खोजते हुए लखनऊ में हम पहुंचे हैं. शुभांशु शुक्ला के पड़ोसियों में गौरव है. शुभांशु शुक्ला जिसने लखनऊ का नाम रोशन किया, भारत के नाम को बढ़ाया. क्या उसके बचपन की पूरी कहानी है, क्या परवरिश, कैसी वो परवरिश रही जिसने शुभांशु को आज अंतरिक्ष में जाने लायक बनाया, ये जानने के लिए हम शुभांशु के घर पहुंचे.
This is where it began, where a boy once dreamed with open eyes and quietly climbed step after step towards something none of them imagined would come so soon. Behind the medals, the discipline, the achievement lies a mother's patience, a father's quiet strength, and a home that raised a child like any other.
शुभांशु तो बहुत बचपन से बहुत ही अच्छा बच्चा था। छोटे पर से ही उसके मतलब सारे आचरण कहेंगे बच्चे के बहुत अच्छे थे। समझदार था, ब्रिलियंट था, सब कुछ था और थोड़ा शरारती भी था, जैसे सारे बच्चे होते हैं वो भी था। बस ये है कि हम लोगों की देख रेख में, हम लोगों के पालन पोषण में तो उस पलता बढ़ता रहा, धीरे धीरे बढ़ता गया, पढ़ता गया। अपनी पढ़ाई में हमेशा अव्वल आता रहा। उसको जो है पढ़ते पढ़ते धीरे धीरे उसने सारी सीढ़ियाँ क्रॉस करी, अच्छे से पास किया उसको और फिर वो निकलता चला गया। फर्स्ट ईयर में ही था तभी उसने एनडीए का एग्ज़ाम पास कर लिया। उसी हिसाब से फिर वो एनडीए का एग्ज़ाम देने के बाद फिर उसको उसने घूम के नहीं देखा अच्छे से कि मतलब क्या है। जैसे कहते हैं ना कि बच्चे से वो सीधे सीधे इंसान बन गया, एकदम से बड़ा इंसान बन गया।
He did not demand, he did not ask. He just quietly kept becoming something greater every single day.
वो छोटे पर से जो है बहुत शांत स्वभाव का था और उसमें जो है वो पढ़ने लिखने में भी बहुत अच्छा था। किसी प्रकार के कोई बहुत ज़्यादा शैतानी नहीं करता था। खर्चीले का कोई स्वभाव नहीं था, किसी प्रकार की कोई डिमांड नहीं करता था कि कहीं पर उसको कोई मतलब किसी सामान के बारे में जिद करना या कुछ करना, ऐसा कुछ कभी नहीं रहा उसका। हमेशा एडजस्टिंग नेचर का था और हम लोग भी बस छोटा होने के नाते बहुत ज़्यादा तवज्जो नहीं दे पाते थे। अब ये एनडीए में जाने के बाद पूरा उस तरह से हो गया जैसा एनडीए चाहता था और यही बात अगर हम अपने में लागू करते हैं तो बच्चे को आप उसी तरह मोल्ड कर सकते हैं जैसा कि वो ट्रेनिंग के पीरियड में मोल्ड हुआ। बहुत प्राउड फील कर रहे हैं, पूरा ज़िंदगी का सबसे बड़ा गर्व महसूस करते हैं अपनी लाइफ का। हमें जो अचीवमेंट ये दिया है बच्चे ने वो मेरे लिए ज़िंदगी का सबसे बड़ा गौरवान्वित करने वाला दिन है।
Shubhanshu is not just a son who made his parents proud, but also a little brother to his sisters with tons of sibling stories.
उनका फेवरेट गेम हुआ करता था फुटबॉल एंड क्रिकेट। वो बहुत इंटरेस्ट लेके खेलते थे और वो स्कूल का ही था उनका फिक्सेशन। उनकी पूरी टीम बनी हुई थी स्कूल की तरफ से ही, वो उसमें खेलते थे। स्कूल से पढ़ के आया, 1 घंटे वहीं खेला, उसके बाद लौट के आया, फिर घर में घूमते फिरते रहते थे। हम लोगों को ये भी प्रॉब्लम थी, मैं और मेरी बहन, हम लोग जो है फुल डिवोटेड होते थे, पूरे साल बहुत मेहनत करके पढ़ाई करते थे। वो पढ़ाई करते हुए नहीं दिखता था, वो लास्ट मिनट पढ़ाई करता था और स्कोर हमेशा हमसे ज़्यादा ले आता था। फिर हम लोग बहुत फाइट करते थे कि ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है कि तुम लास्ट मिनट पढ़ते हो और उसके बाद तुम इतने अच्छे स्कोर ले आते हो। तो वो भी मजाक में चिढ़ाता था, दीदी उसके लिए दिमाग चाहिए होता है और आप दिमाग होगा तो आप भी स्कोर ले आओगे। वो उस समय मजाक खूब कर लेता था हम लोगों के साथ। एंड दैट्स हाउ, यही हमारी टॉम एंड जेरी वाली फाइट होते होते हम लोग बड़े हो गए। उस समय हम उसको सीरियसली नहीं लेते थे, लेकिन आज हम अगर उसको विजुलाइज़ करते हैं या उसके बारे में सोचते हैं तो हमें लगता है कि नहीं, उसका विजन बहुत क्लियर था बचपन से ही। उसको मालूम था उसको क्या डिसीजन लेना है, उसको क्या करना है, क्या नहीं करना है, वो बहुत क्लियर था। उसको इससे फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता है कि कौन क्या कह रहा है, किसको क्या ठीक लगेगा, क्या ठीक नहीं लगेगा, इससे उसको कोई कंसर्न नहीं है। उसको जो ठीक लगता है वो करता है।
In a modest corner in Lucknow, Asha Shukla folds her hands in prayer. The soft chime of bells echoing hope through the morning air. Thousands of miles above, her son now floats in orbit, among satellites, silence and stars, one's feet on the floor of a temple, the others suspended in the sky, and yet both are grounded in faith. Her son is now a source of joy and pride for over 1.4 billion Indians.
बहुत गौरव, बहुत ज़्यादा गौरव है। इतना गौरव है कि मतलब शब्दों में हम बयान नहीं कर सकते बच्चे के लिए। बहुत गौरव।
This was his second home, the school where curiosity bloomed and discipline took root, where footballs rolled and dreams took flight.
Shubhanshu was very sporty. In particular, he was interested in cricket and also particularly football. So he was a very sporty child, and he was into a lot of things that the school offered. We are ecstatic, we are elated, we are on the top of the world because our former student Shubhanshu is taking the hopes of 1.4 billion Indians to space, and he's inspiring millions and millions of children in India to be curious, to have an inquiring mind, and to believe in experimentation, and to really try again and not to give up, to have a big dream.
During my times, it was the school prayer, the pledge, the thought, the activity, and everything. And I used to dread it. I used to feel it never ends, right? Much later in my life, I realized that even though when you are there, these things seem painful, but somewhere they are conceived in your mind and they help build your character.
Today, the boy who once borrowed time to study at the last minute stands among children as a symbol of discipline, dedication, and dreaming big.
बहुत रिगरसली वो डिसिप्लिन फॉलो करते हैं। दूसरी चीज़ वो उनका डेडिकेशन, अगर उन्होंने कोई काम ले लिया है, उनका हमेशा से यही कहना है, वो हम सबको यही सिखाते रहते हैं कि यू टेक अ डिसीजन, राइट एंड रॉन्ग हम बाद में देख लेंगे कि वो राइट डिसीजन है या रॉन्ग डिसीजन है। आपने एक डिसीजन लिया है, फिर आप अपना 110%, 200% दीजिए उसको प्रूव करने के लिए कि हमने जो डिसीजन लिया है वो सही है। शायद ये ज़ील उसके अंदर जो है ना बचपन से, यही उसको इतनी ऊंचाइयों तक ले गई है।
He wasn't just aiming for the stars at first. Like many others, he spoke of IITs, engineering, dreams, textbook routes. But fate had other plans.
I frankly was not too keen. I had not even thought about it. My parents didn't want me to go to NDA or defense, any which ways. And all my friends bought the form for filling up. I didn't. At the last minute, one of my friends, he decided against it. He said, I am not interested and this form is lying. So that was lying, and I said, well, why not give it a try? I filled up that form. And it so happened, one thing led to another. I was the only one who got selected in the writtens, and then I went for my interview at number 1 AFSP Dehradun. It was a 7-day interview, and I got selected there. And then post that, the medicals, I got selected in the medicals, and before I knew it, before my boards were finished, I knew that I am going to NDA in June.
He was no stranger to pressure, months of endurance drills, high-grade simulations, and zero-gravity adaptations sculpted not just his body, but his reflexes and resilience to operate when failure isn't an option.
Initially, we were given 60 candidates to select from based upon a screening of their physical, physiological, and other parameters, and out of that 12 candidates were selected initially for further evaluation, assessment and training, and we were finally fortunate enough to have zeroed down to 4 wonderful candidates, of which the current group captain Subhanshu Shukla is one of the most wonderful, most enthusiastic, most cooperative and most highly motivated person who took part in this entire evaluation, assessment and training with such grit, determination and understanding of what is expected of him, and he performed to the best of his abilities.
Can see them moving into the Teslas there. We do, of course, divide the crew into 2 sets. So you're seeing some of our SpaceX support ninjas in the background there. Very excited crew on their way over to 39A. Once they reach the base of the tower, they do stop to take in Falcon 9 and Dragon.
From quiet lanes of Lucknow to launch pads in Florida, this is not just a journey across continents. It is a crossing of human thresholds, of courage, of curiosity, of sheer will to rise.
And now we've heard, and you can see on the screen, crew access arm is pulling away from the Dragon spacecraft. This is going to take about a minute, minute and a half to retract all the way. Then we'll get confirmation it is in the launch position. The next step after that is going to be the crew, close the visors.
Three, 2, 1, ignition, and liftoff.
Congratulations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
2+30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space.
Now at this point, with that confirmation from Mission Control that we are...
I'm thrilled to be here with my fellow astronauts, as Peggy said, 1 veteran and 3 rookies. And wow, what a ride it was. When the ride started, it was something. Like you're getting pushed back into the seat. It was an amazing ride. And then suddenly, nothing. Everything silenced and you were just floating. You unbuckle and you were just floating in the silence of vacuum. It was an amazing feeling. Since yesterday, I've been told that I've been sleeping a lot, which is a good sign. So I think that's a great sign. I'm getting used to this quite well, enjoying the views, enjoying the entire experience, learning like a baby, learning the new steps, learning how to walk, learning how to control yourself, everything, learning how to eat, I think. So it's a new environment, new challenge, and I'm really enjoying this experience with my fellow astronauts here.
Shubhanshu Shukla now carries 1 billion hopes aboard Axiom mission. This is not just a liftoff. It is a rise of Viksit Bharat. Bold, unshaken, and reaching for infinity.
A second long-form story, one that's the biggest headline this week. A 24-year-old law student walked into her college in Kolkata only to face 3 hours of horror inside a guard's room. She says she was gang raped, beaten, blackmailed. The main accused in this case, a leader of the Trinamool Congress's student wing. His links with top Trinamool Congress leaders raised disturbing questions about political protection in Bengal and unchecked power for decades now. And what's worse, this is not an isolated case. Less than a year ago, the nation fought for Abaya. A young doctor was raped and murdered in a government hospital again in Kolkata. Tonight we track the chilling pattern of silence, power, and ultimate collapse of law and order in Bengal.
The city of joy is seething with anger, an unextinguishable anger. A raw nerve has been struck, and yet another daughter of Bengal has been subjected to a heinous crime. In West Bengal, October breathes life into a timeless ritual, Durga Pujo, the festival of the goddess. For 10 days, the streets pulse with devotion, artistry, and joy as millions bow down to the Divine Mother, she who embodies the strength of a woman, she who slays evil. But beneath the festival's glow lies a shadow, a paradox. In the land that worships the goddess, her daughters, the women of Bengal, walk in fear. On 25th June, That fear became a chilling reality at South Calcutta Law College in Kolkata's Koshba. A 24-year-old first-year student stepped into campus at 4 p.m., never imagining the horror awaiting her. Her gut-wrenching complaint unmasks a betrayal. 3 accused. 31-year-old member of the Trinamool's student wing Monojit Mishra, 19-year-old first-year student Zaib Ahmed, and 20-year-old third-semester student Promit Mukhopadhyay. They lured the young girl to a desolate guard room, preying on her trust. Monojit Mishra, the ringleader. He stood before her with an oft-used ploy. "Will you marry me?" She said no, calmly, firmly, as was her right. But that no shattered his ego. He came back as a monster fueled by rage. For 3 long, unending hours, between 7:30 p.m. to 10:50 p.m., she bore the weight of his wounded pride. Not just pain, not just violence, but the cruelty no woman should ever have to face. All because she said no. Her complaint reveals the harrowing sequence of events leading up to the alleged gang rape. She begged, she cried, she had a panic attack. She fought back with every breath, every ounce of strength her body could summon. And when words failed, her wounds spoke. Bite marks, scratches, bruises, all stand witness to her ordeal. And who is Monojit Mishra? This monster cloaked in power? A general secretary of the Trinamool Congress's student wing, TMCP, in South Kolkata, strutting with the arrogance of political privilege. His ties to TMC heavyweights Abhishek Banerjee and Chandrima Bhattacharya flash in damning photographs, proof of a system that let him roam free. This atrocity has set the city of Joy ablaze with rage. Its wounds ripped open anew, echoing the nightmare of the RG Kaur Medical College rape and murder on 9th of August 2024, less than a year ago. A young doctor, brutalized and killed. Her dreams snuffed out in a hospital meant to heal. The bare wounds of the haunting memories of August 2024 lies buried in the quiet corners of Kolkata. Both the crimes share a chilling thread. Spaces meant for safety and learning turned into arenas for predators. A doctor raped and murdered in a hospital seminar hall. A law student raped in a college guard room. 2 young women chasing their futures were betrayed by those wielding power. At RG Kaur, the accused Sanjoy Roy, a civic volunteer with alleged ties to the ruling Trinamool, was shielded by whispers of influence. While Monojit Mishra, the prime accused in South Calcutta Law College case, cloaked in TMCP's banner, mirrors the arrogance his leaders display. In the RG Kaur rape and murder case, the Kolkata police couldn't even protect the crime scene. The order for renovation around the crime scene was signed by then principal of the medical college, Shondip Ghosh, a man favoured by Chief Minister Mahatma Banerjee. 1 year later, nothing has changed within the political establishment of West Bengal.
একজন বন্ধু যদি বান্ধবীকে রেপ করে তাহলে সেখানে নিরাপত্তা কি করে দেবে বলুন তো আমাকে? কলেজের ভেতরে যদি করে সেখানে পুলিশ থাকবে কলেজে? শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠান, আরে ভাই শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠানে কি পুলিশ থাকবে? আপনি বলুন না। নিরাপত্তা কাকে দেবে? নিরাপত্তা তো তার সহকর্মীরা দেবে। সেখানে তো সহকর্মীরাই রেপ করছে, তাহলে অন্যায়টা কারা করছে? কে করেছে? সহপাঠীরা করেছে। হ্যাঁ, প্রাক্তনরা ঢুকলো কি করে? তাদের সঙ্গে নিঃসন্দেহে প্রাক্তনরা যখন ঢোকে তখন সেই নিঃসন্দেহে কিছু লিঙ্ক আছে।
No amount of apathy and cruelty from the Trinamool Congress is surprising anymore, given Mamata Banerjee's remarks on the Hashkhali rape case in 2022.
আচ্ছা, মেয়ে মারা গেছে নাকি রেপ হয়ে, আপনি রেপ বলবেন না প্রেগনেন্ট বলবেন না লাভ অ্যাফেয়ার্স বলবেন? এটা এনকোয়ারি করেছেন কি? আমি পুলিশকে জিজ্ঞেস করলাম, ঘটনাটা খারাপ, অ্যারেস্ট হয়ে গেছে, কিন্তু ছেলেটির সাথে মেয়েটির নাকি লাভ অ্যাফেয়ার ছিল আমি শুনেছি। ইজ ইট এ ফ্যাক্ট? ডিজি সাহেব এখানে আছেন, আমি যতটুকু ইনফরমেশন পেয়েছি। এরপর মেয়েটি যখন মারা গেছে, কবে মারা গেছে? 10 তারিখ, 5 তারিখে। পুলিশ জেনেছে কবে? 10 তারিখে। তাহলে আপনারা আমাকে বলুন, 5 তারিখে যদি কেউ মারা গিয়ে থাকে এবং যদি তার মধ্যে কোনো রকম কিন্তু থাকে, কোনো রকম কারো কোনো কমপ্লেন থাকে, তাহলে 5 তারিখেই পুলিশের কাছে কমপ্লেনটা দায়ের করলেন না কেন?
The parallels are a dagger to Kolkata's heart. Institutions meant to protect, defiled by predators, emboldened by a system that lets power trump justice.
কোনো প্রশাসনের উপরে আমাদের আস্থা নেই। শুধু পুলিশ নয়, মুখ্যমন্ত্রী নিজেও আমাদের টাকার অফার করেছেন এবং পরবর্তীকালে আমাদের 4 কোটি টাকা দেওয়ার প্রস্তাবও এসছে। এইরকম মানে টাকা দিয়ে আমাদের মুখ বন্ধ করার অনেক দিন ধরে চেষ্টা করছে, কিন্তু কোনো রকমভাবে আমাদের মুখ বন্ধ করতে পারছেন না। সেটা ওনারা খুব দুঃখ পাচ্ছেন আমার মনে হয়।
The words of the Koshba rape survivor carve a wound. How can a city that worships Durga let her daughters be crushed? Every lane of the state hosts a home grieving the loss of their beloved women.
আপনি বলুন যে আর কাকে কাকে চান আপনি? আর কতটা তামান্না, কতটা অভয়া, কতটা কসবার, কত আরো যে কত 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 নারীদের যে এমনই অবস্থা, হয়তো এমনও নারীরা রাত থেকে দিনেও সুরক্ষা নয়, দিনেও হয়তো মায়েরা বসে বসে চিন্তা করে আমার মা বেরিয়েছে কাজে, আমার মেয়ে। একটা ছোট্ট মা বাবা যখন শিশু জন্ম হয় তখন তার স্বপ্ন থাকে ছেলেরাই স্বাধীনভাবে বেড়াবে, এমন তো নয়। মেয়েদেরও স্বাধীন দেশে স্বাধীনতা থাকার অধিকার আছে। দিদি আপনি জাগুন, আর কতদিন এমন চলবে?
2 women's courage, one lost, one fighting, blaze a path. Their pain a call to arms. For Abhaya, for the Koshba survivor, for every daughter, Kolkata must awaken, vowing to shatter the silence.
From West Bengal to Assam, in the next long form story, we bring you the story of a gas well that turned into a ticking time bomb in Assam's Sivasagar district. It took 16 days to stop it. What erupted from beneath the earth wasn't just natural gas. Fear, uncertainty, displacement for hundreds, and the blowout on the 12th of June, an ONGC gas well, when it ruptured without warning, unleashing high-pressure gas and a crisis that would stretch on for 16 tense days more. Villages were emptied, lives were disrupted, and a race began to cap a volatile leak before it turned catastrophic. Engineers had to fight pressure, not the first time in Assam, by the way. Locals fought fear. And tonight, as the well stands silent, for now, the questions only grow louder on what went wrong.
On that fateful morning of June 12, 2025, ONGC's RDS 147A well erupted without warning. A volcanic roar of high-pressure natural gas carving panic and peril into the heart of Shivsagar district of Assam. The leak continued unabated for 16 days, triggering alarms across the area. Fear of fire and explosion loomed large. Before the well was capped, over 350 families from the nearby villages were evacuated to relief camps.
Finally, on day 16th of the operations that were underway in Shivsagar's Rudrasagar area to contain the ONGC well blowout, the experts have finally managed to shut the ONGC well completely. Leakage of gases were reportedly prevented at 11:20 a.m. today, and now the complete closure of the well is underway. We are reporting right now from around 200 meters away from the blowout site, and experts who were on the job has already confirmed us, though informally they have said that a formal statement will be made out by the ONGC very soon regarding closure of operations in this well.
From a distance, the threat was clear. No flames yet, but a battle had already begun. Against pressure, against time, against the unknown, and with every passing second, the danger edged closer. The initial response was to shut the wellhead. But as pressure mounted, global experts were roped in to manage the crisis. Massive high-capacity cranes were brought in to lift the failed blowout preventer. And ONGC engineers worked relentlessly round the clock with precision and resolve, not just to control the threat, but to eliminate it. With the well now capped, the final phase of operations is underway. For now, the site remains under close observation. Throughout the operation, a water blanket was maintained around the rig, ensuring no breakout of fire during the operation.
I am standing next to the rig. This is the exact location where the blowout took place, and now this has been contained. And here, the rings that you see here, this is how the blowout preventer has been put into action. And now it is absolutely safe. It took 15 days to contain the leakage of gases in this particular rig situated in the Rudrasagar oil field area of Bhotiapar in Shivsagar district. And Republic TV is the only channel to bring you the first glimpse of the rig after it has been shut down.
Cradled in crisis, uncertainty shadows every breath. Over 350 families wait, displaced under the weight of fear, but buoyed by a fragile hope to return. Homes lie just kilometers away. For the families living nearby, the crisis wasn't just an operational derailment, but personal. Days without sleep, food and uncertainty. While ONGC worked to contain the blowout, locals now wait for clarity and, more importantly, accountability.
देखिए, इसमें अभी 16 दिन हो गया इस घटना होने के बाद। 16 दिन में यहाँ का जो लोग है ना, भटियापाड़ का जो ये इस एरिया का जो लोग है, मिनिमम 3000 जो फैमिली है, 3000 फैमिली अभी घर में रह नहीं पा रहा है, अभी बाहर जा रहा है। इन लोगों का अभी 16 दिन ऐसा चला कि कब हमारा घर जल जाएगा, कब हमारा ये हमारा से ख़राब हो जाएगा। तो इसी के यहाँ के लोगों को यही क्वेश्चन है कि ONGC को जो अभी ऑयल का जो सेक्टर में अभी 1956 से काम कर रहा है, तब ONGC का जो टेक्निकल जो चीज़ होना चाहिए, ऐसा बोला एक्सीडेंट होने के बाद टेक्निकल जो चीज़ होना चाहिए, जो वो चीज़ नहीं है। अभी वो एक्सपर्ट वो USA से आना पड़ा, USA से एक्सपर्ट आके इसको बंद किया।
In the weeks that followed, complaints surfaced of skin irritation, eye discomfort, and growing concerns over pollution. Questions were also raised about the effectiveness of ONGC's crisis response.
मतलब खुजली है, आँख में प्रॉब्लम है, आँख में जलन है, और मतलब गले सूख जाते हैं बात बोलने से, और चिल्ला के बात बोलना पड़ता है क्योंकि उस साउंड के लिए हमारा कान थोड़ा मतलब भारी हो गया है। और हमारे यहाँ पे एक आदमी नरेन गोगोई बोल के, आप लोग को पता ही है, उसकी मतलब डेथ हो गई हार्ट अटैक के कारण। और मतलब बहुत लोगों को मतलब तकलीफ़ हो रही है, सर्दी खांसी भी लोगों को हो रही है, बहुत पोल्यूशन है यहाँ पे, इसीलिए ही डायरिया भी है, अनहाइजेनिक फूड है, ये सब हो रही है यहाँ पे।
Relief efforts in the initial hours drew criticism, from inadequate supplies to poor conditions on the ground. Concerns over health, hygiene and accountability soon followed, with focus turning to the role of the private operator. Questions were also being raised on SK Petro, a private entity operating the well on lease, for not even visiting the affected in the relief camps.
जो उन लोगों ने फोन दिया है खाने के लिए, उससे हम लोगों का बहुत प्रॉब्लम हुआ है क्योंकि वो फूड खाने का लायक नहीं था। कंपेंसेशन तो यह है कि हम लोगों को सुबह ब्रेकफास्ट देता है, फिर 2 बजे में खाना देता है, सिर्फ वो ही देता है। और 2 दिन तो पहले 2 दिन तो हम लोगों को कुछ नहीं मिला। फिर हम लोग जब मतलब उन लोगों को बोला, हम लोग जब एक आसामीज में बोलते हैं ना प्रतिबाद, हाँ, तब उन लोगों ने 2 दिन के बाद हम लोगों को खाना भेजा और मेडिकल कैंप दिया है। लेकिन पहले 2 दिन मेडिकल कैंप अच्छा नहीं था, फिर जब हम लोग वो प्रोटेस्ट किया, तब हम लोगों को मेडिकल कैंप अच्छा दिया, वही हम लोगों को दिया था।
The same well that dominated headlines for 16 days now stands silent, its roar stilled and its secrets buried for now. Day 16. After relentless efforts and risking stakes, finally a breakthrough. Relief exhaustion and triumph. Cheers erupt as the gas leak is brought under control. A rare moment of success in an operation where every step carried risk. 16 days later, under a sky once heavy with gas white plumes, exhausted crews finally stand victorious. The RDS 147A well is capped, but amid cheers and clanks of steel, a quieter question lingers in the haze. At what cost did this triumph come? Over 350 families remain displaced, their voices echoing from relief camps, torn between relief and uncertainty. Accountability now calls from officials, from ONGC, from SK Petro. The well may rest silent for now, but its true fallout has only just begun.
Taking a break on the long form story this evening, coming back with the cartel in Punjab, which is going after the families of gangsters. Gangsters eliminated, their families are not being spared. All about the Punjab mafia wars after this short break. Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आज मातृभूमि से,
नमस्कार,
भारत भूमि से सबसे दूर है, लेकिन भारतवासियों के दिलों के सबसे करीब है। आपके नाम में भी शुभ है और आपकी यात्रा नए युग का शुभ आरंभ भी है। इस समय बात हम दोनों कर रहे हैं, लेकिन मेरे साथ 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की भावनाएं भी हैं। मेरी आवाज में सभी भारतीयों का उत्साह और उमंग शामिल है। अंतरिक्ष में भारत का परचम लहराने के लिए मैं आपको हार्दिक बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं ले रहा हूं, तो सबसे पहले तो ये बताइए, वहां सब कुशल मंगल है? आपकी तबीयत ठीक है?
जी प्रधानमंत्री जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपकी विशेष का और 140 करोड़ मेरे देशवासियों की विशेष का। मैं यहाँ बिल्कुल ठीक हूँ, सुरक्षित हूँ। आप सबके आशीर्वाद और प्यार की वजह से बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। बहुत नया एक्सपीरियंस है ये, और कहीं ना कहीं बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी हो रही हैं जो दर्शाती हैं कि मैं और मेरे जैसे बहुत सारे लोग हमारे देश में और हमारा भारत किस दिशा में जा रहा है। ये जो मेरी यात्रा है, ये पृथ्वी से ऑर्बिट की 400 किलोमीटर तक की जो छोटी सी यात्रा है, ये सिर्फ मेरी नहीं है। मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं हमारे देश की भी यात्रा है। बिकॉज जब मैं छोटा था, मैं कभी सोच नहीं पाया कि मैं एस्ट्रोनॉट बन सकता हूँ, लेकिन मुझे लगता है आपके नेतृत्व में आज का भारत ये मौका देता है और उन सपनों को साकार करने का भी मौका देता है। तो ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है मेरे लिए, और मैं बहुत गर्व फील कर रहा हूँ कि मैं यहाँ पे अपने देश का प्रतिनिधित्व कर पा रहा हूँ।
به ملت عرض میکنم، یکی تبریک پیروزی بر رژیم جعلی صهیونی است. با اون همه هیاهو، با اون همه ادعا، رژیم صهیونی در زیر ضربات جمهوری اسلامی.
Welcome back. Our next long form story is not your usual gangster chronicle. It's an episode in the sordid saga of crime and terrorism that has held Punjab hostage for decades. This is the story of one Harjeet Kaur. Her killing this Thursday evening has once again revealed the vicious cycle of partisan politics, gun running, drug peddling and meddling foreign agencies that has put Punjab on a choke point.
This is National Highway 54. It is a vital corridor of North India connecting Punjab to Rajasthan and Haryana. This Saturday afternoon, it is blocked.
People from nearby Bhagwanpur village have laid down a corpse on the highway and are protesting. They want the killers of this dead woman to be arrested. Her sister, who is the village sarpanch, wants a Congress leader and former minister of the state arrested.
मैं तो दो ही गल्लां करनी है सी कल ही दरखास्त दे के आए हैं साडी कोई सुनवाई नहीं कोई सानू पता नहीं लगा उन्होंने मतलब कि ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਦਾ ਰਾਤ ਦਾ ਇੰਤਜ਼ਾਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਰਾਤ ਸਾਡੀ ਇਹ ਕੰਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਵਾ ਦਰਖਾਸਤ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਨਜ਼ੂਰ ਕਰਨੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਮਨਜ਼ੂਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੁਣ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਟਾਲੇ ਐਸਐਸਪੀ ਦੇ ਦਫ਼ਤਰੇ ਧਰਨਾ ਲਾਉਣ ਚੱਲੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਕੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਜਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੀਆ ਜਾਂ ਸਾਡਾ ਵੀ ਸੁਖਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਤਗੜਾ ਸਰਕਲ ਆ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਧਰਨਾ ਲਾਉਣਾ ਵਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੀ ਸੁਣਵਾਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈ ਤੇ ਜੇ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡੀ ਥੋੜੇ ਚਿਰ ਤੱਕ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਸੁਣਵਾਈ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਤੇ ਚੱਲੇ ਆ ਤਿਆਰ ਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਆਉਣ ਲੱਗੇ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਿਚਾਰੀ ਗਰੀਬਣੀ ਨੂੰ ਚੁੱਕ ਕੇ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਹੀ ਕੁੱਖ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਘਰ ਹੀ ਬਰਬਾਦ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਵਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਖੜਨਾ ਹੀ ਖੜਨਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਕੱਲ ਦੀ ਦਰਖਾਸਤ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਆਈ ਆ ਕੋਈ ਆਇਆ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਾ ਦਰਖਾਸਤ ਕੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਦੱਸ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਪਰ ਮੇਨ ਚੀਜ਼ ਆ ਵੀ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਚੱਲੇ ਆ ਐਸਐਸਪੀ ਦਫ਼ਤਰ ਬਟਾਲੇ ਧਰਨਾ ਲਾਉਣ ਲੱਗੇ ਕੋਈ ਧਮਕੀਆਂ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਵੀ ਮਿਲਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਮਿਲਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਧਮਕੀਆਂ ਮਿਲੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟ ਨਿਕਲ ਲਿਆ ਧਮਕੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਡਾ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਵੈਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾਲ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਜਣੇ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦਰਖਾਸਤ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਜਣੇ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ 4-5 ਜਣੇ
Harjeet Kaur was the local kingmaker of Bhagwanpura, once elected as the head of a village panchayat with the alleged backing of this Congress leader. She had later changed her political allegiance as the wind had moved towards Aam Aadmi Party. Her sister Rajwinder Kaur now heads the village panchayat. Harjeet had ruled Bhagwanpura through her. Rajwinder's FIR filed on Friday night names Randhawa.
किया है लेकिन वो अपनी अभी कर रहे हैं ना को भी रात के टाइम को हुआ था जो भी हुआ था वो जो बाइक पर आए थे वो दो ही थे दो जनों की हुई है दूसरे करण ही एक लड़का था हमारा वो जो साथ में रहता था वो भी नोन ही साडा इदा ही रिश्तेदार ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਬਿਆਨ ਦਵਾਂਗੇ ਐਸਐਚਓ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਿਆਨ ਦਵਾਂਗੇ ਸਾਰੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਨਿਰਭਰ ਉਤਰਨਗੇ
The accused Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa threatened to kill my son Gagandeep. On 26 June, when Harjeet and Karanbir were returning to Batala, the accused tracked them. When Harjeet and Karanbir reached her house, the accused shot them. Accused were on a video call with Randhawa at the time of attack. Killers told Randhawa, "We have done the job. My son Prince and I witnessed the attack." Randhawa threatened against contesting polls, challenging them. Karanbir died on the spot. Harjeet succumbed to injuries en route to the hospital. Reason behind the murder is enmity. We opposed Randhawa in the polls and entered liquor business. I request legal action against the accused.
But why did political parties back Harjeet? Because she held absolute sway over these badlands as the mother of one of Punjab's most heinous crime boss. Jaggu, 128 cases of extortion, murder, gun running and drug dealing lodged against him. He runs a deadly gang and to top it all, personally mentored the very notorious underworld don and Bollywood's nemesis, Lawrence Bishnoi. What's more, it was Jaggu and Lawrence Bishnoi who had jointly orchestrated the assassination of Punjab's biggest rapper and pop singer Sidhu Moosewala. Jaggu's assailants had ambushed Sidhu's car minutes after he left home and had shot him dead. In a karmic turn, Jaggu's mother was murdered in similar situation this June 26th, exactly 3 years later. Harjeet was just reaching home when assailants pumped bullets into her and her aide.
9:30 बजे रात को हमें एक इंफॉर्मेशन आई है कि कादियाँ रोड बटाला पे कोई फायरिंग हुई है, तो उसमें 2 जो है व्यक्ति इंजर्ड हो गए। हम उसी वक्त मौका पर जाके उनको जल्दी से जल्दी उठा के सिविल हॉस्पिटल बटाला में लेके गए। यहाँ एक जो लड़का है उसका नाम मालूम हुआ है, करण है, उसकी डेथ हुई है, और एक लड़की, एक औरत थी मंजीत कौर, और उसको रेफ़र कर दिया है उधर अमृतसर में, और बाद में उसकी भी डेथ हो गई है। इनके ऊपर जो है कर्णवीर है, उसके फादर के बयान पे हमने FIR नंबर 185 थाना सिविल लाइन बटाला में दर्ज की है।
Police say that Jaggu's rival gangster Davinder Bambiha's men were behind the shootout and killing. Bambiha himself died in a police encounter in 2016, but his gang has been active. Batala police cite an Instagram post from the account of yet another dead gangster who was killed by Jaggu's gang in 2017 to prove their point.
We, Doni Bal Billa Manga, Prabhu Dasuwal and Kaushal Chaudhary take responsibility for Karan's murder in Batala. He used to handle all of Jaggu's operations. He was in charge of his fugitives, weapons and money. Today, by killing him, we have avenged our brother Gore Baryar. Even though he knew that Gore had nothing to do with us, he was killed. Today, we carried out a justified killing. From now on, if any of our brothers are wrongfully killed, be ready to pay the price. Anyone else who speaks against us should also be prepared.
But Rajwinder's FIR claims Harjeet named Congress leader Randhawa in her dying moments. She alleges the assailants were on a video call with him.
They are tight-lipped and they are denying that there is no involvement of gang war. But the investigation is going on. With video journalist Krishna, this is Lalit Sharma for Republic TV, Chandigarh. The deceased Harjeet Kaur's sister Rajinder Kaur. The deceased Harjeet Kaur's sister Rajinder Kaur, who is the Sarpanch of the Bhagwanpura village, has filed a complaint alleging the involvement of Congress MP Sukhjinder Randhawa in the murder of their sister Harjeet Kaur and Karanveer Singh. Right now, they have blocked the national highway of Batala, Amritsar, saying that until the justice is not given, their protest will continue the same.
Jaggu, meanwhile, is in faraway Assam. This March, he was transferred from Bhatinda Central Jail to Silchar Jail under the very stringent PIT-NDPS Act. The real reason, however, was the fact that Jaggu was too hot to handle in Punjab, connected as he was to politicians and ran his gang activities from inside jail premises.
The name of Jaggu Bhagwanpuria went beyond only being a gangster when the National Investigation Agency began the probe in the gangster syndicate and terror nexus. 2 cases were registered by the National Investigation Agency in its Delhi headquarters. The cases were case number 39 and case number 38. These 2 cases were registered in the month of August by the National Investigation Agency, and a senior officer of the IG rank began the investigation. During the investigation, it came into being that Jaggu Bhagwanpuria is not just a gangster, but he is one who has been working on the behest of the Pakistani terror groups and also on those who wants to destabilize country. It came during the investigation of 2 attacks.
Hours before Harjeet was killed on Thursday, the NIA filed a charge sheet in Mohali court against 7 people for a grenade attack on a police station of Gurdaspur last December. 3 of the accused are Babbar Khalsa terrorists, now staying as fugitives in Pakistan, Canada and US. The rest 4 in police custody are gangsters from Batala, where Jaggu's mother Harjeet Kaur lived. One of these 4, Abjot, was picking and dropping weapons and explosives on the directions of his terror handlers based abroad.
but this is a deep-rooted conspiracy that has been hatched from outside the country, that how Pakistani ISI will involve the Khalistani terror groups. It's terror groups of the Pakistan that will smuggle weapons, narcotics into the Indian side, so that with the sale of the narcotics, the money can be used for the agenda of Pakistan, that is to target the security forces installations as well as to carry out the killings, so that their terror associates and the gangster network that is there in Punjab can prevail. And that was the triangle of the Khalistani groups, terror groups and the gangster syndicate that was working in Punjab has now been unearthed in the NIA during its investigation of 2 cases that it has registered, taking suo motu cognizance of the incidents unfolding in Punjab.
This May, Delhi police busted a Punjab-based gang involved in extortion and firing incidents on businessmen in the national capital region. The 8 arrested had links with the Khalistan Tiger Force and were instructed to extort on the terror gang's behalf.
Those were the 4 big stories this week on the long form story. Stay tuned. We will be back at 9 p.m. tomorrow with the 4 big stories. Looking forward to the week ahead. Thanks for watching. Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
This video has left the nation stunned. Just days after one of India's deadliest aviation disasters, top executives at Air India SATs were filmed partying, laughing and dancing at their Gurgaon office. The backlash was immediate. Across social media, outrage erupted. Who allowed this? Why now? What message does this send to grieving families? AI SATs, a joint venture between Air India and Singapore SATs Limited, provides ground and cargo handling services at major Indian airports. Air India has 50% stake in AI SATs. As the video went viral, AI SATs scrambled into damage control. Initially, they claimed the event was misconstrued, but public pressure forced action. 4 senior executives have been sacked. The company issued a statement and it read, "We deeply regret this lapse in judgment. The behavior does not reflect our values and we remain committed to respecting the nation's grief." But the questions persist. The crash of Air India flight AI-171 on June 12th, was it just an accident? It was a national tragedy. 242 souls on board, 1 lone survivor.
What was the situation yesterday? Can you describe for us, please?
I can't explain. Everything happened in my eye. I can't.
How did you manage to escape? Did you pull the emergency doors?
No. Emergency door is broken.
Yeah.
My seat is broken.
Yeah.
Then I see the pace little bit.
Yeah.
Then I will try to come out.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why.
Did the aircraft catch fire before you?
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week, we are focusing on India's relationship with the United States in the light of repeated claims by President Donald Trump that he mediated between India and Pakistan. He has done so despite Prime Minister Narendra Modi putting the record straight in his phone call with him. The statement released by India on the conversation has not been disputed by the Americans. and they never release their own version. What's the limit of American influence when it comes to mediation between India and Pakistan? That's one segment. And when we are discussing Trump's repeated lying, we need to examine a troubling aspect of his personality in which he economizes with facts, which is that in his worldview, it's my way or the highway. His art of the deal means tails he wins, heads you lose. This in turn has made Trump a president or a global leader with highest churn in his own team, both during the first term and second terms included. What he calls a deal is mostly a deal breaker. I take a look at the Trump revolving door in the White House. And finally, the third segment on the China question that India's corporates are dealing with. Let's get going.
Tucker Carlson criticizing you, saying that you were complicit in the war.
I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so that people listen.
And quickly, have you spoken to Zelensky before your bilateral?
Yeah, a lot of them.
Japan?
A lot of them. Could happen.
Could happen?
Well,
this was Donald Trump taking potshots at Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News anchor who became such a darling of Trump after his interview with Russian President Vladimir Putin last year that it was rumored he might become Trump's running mate or a future Secretary of State in his second term. Now this fall from grace for opposing President Trump only once. Aligned with the mega worldview that the United States should not get into wars and focus on rebuilding itself instead, Carlson did not take kindly to Trump sending in American B-2 planes to bomb Iran.
I'm really afraid that my country is going to be further weakened by this. I think we're going to see the end of American empire. Obviously, other nations would like to see that, and this is a perfect way to scuttle the USS America on the shoals of Iran.
He not only vocally criticized the move, he also turned some of his criticism on Trump himself, blasting him for the escalation in the Middle East. As it happens with Trump, the sword was out of the scabbard, as he chided Tucker for first getting onto a channel rather than be a YouTuber. Trump also called the anchor a kooky, which is an American slang for being eccentric. As we speak, a sword is hanging on Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. She could be fired as soon as next week, according to some media reports. The reason? The leaked intelligence assessment, which said the bunker buster bombs did not destroy Iran's nuclear facilities. Great deal after all. Trump faced some embarrassment due to the leak while on his Europe trip to participate in the NATO summit. Gabbard was anyway in the line of fire for her Senate testimony in March, where she effectively absolved Iran of nuclear bomb ambitions, again compromising the justification for Operation Midnight Hammer.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
A more famous of the fallouts happened, however, last month, when First Buddy Elon Musk was given a graceful exit. The joint presser was a rarity with Trump, only underscoring the heft that Musk brought with him.
I just want to say that Elon has worked tirelessly helping lead the most sweeping and consequential government reform program in generations. And you know the kinds of things that he's found and his people have found. He's brought a group of very smart people in, and they found things that are pretty unbelievable. I have to say that the numbers that we're talking about are substantial, but they're going to be very much more substantial with time.
But the falling out still happened, owing to disagreements over the budget which Musk thought could only be big or beautiful, not both. A clear jibe at Trump's phrase for his budget loaded with big tax cuts and even bigger spending, something that's antithetical to the small government Ayatollah that Musk is. He took a principled position and left. The divorce, however, was far from graceful, and Musk did the unthinkable, dragged Trump's name into the Epstein list, a child sex ring that has stung what seems like the entire business and political elite of the United States, from Clinton to Bill Gates, among others.
Here's a glimpse of how bad it went. Days after the exit, Trump withdrew Musk's friend Jared Isaacman's nomination as NASA administrator on the grounds that he earlier donated to Democrats, but more likely as a snub to Musk. Musk's departure was preceded by that of Michael Waltz, Trump's first national security advisor. I say first because in his first term, the office of NSA was a revolving door with at least 4 occupants. Waltz, of course, left owing to the controversy around the WhatsApp chats leak, which mighty embarrassed the Trump administration that was just settling in. The point is that it is not easy to be part of Team Trump, and in good measure, this has to do with Trump's personality. In his first term, the cabinet and Trump's White House staff saw as many as 41 high-profile departures, earning Trump administration the mark of the most turbulent presidency ever. Trump's revolving door applied to even senior-most positions that required some level of policy continuity for good results. In his first term, he worked with 4 national security advisors: Michael Flynn, H.R. McMaster, John Bolton, and Robert O'Brien. All had to leave following differences with the president. 5 deputy national security advisors too. Trump sacked 3 secretaries of defense, General Jim Mattis, Patrick Shanahan, and Mark Esper. 2 secretaries of state, Rex Tillerson and Mike Pompeo, worked with him. 3 attorney general, William Barr, Jeff Sessions, and Sally Yates. 2 chiefs of staff, 3 deputy chiefs of staff, 5 communication directors, 2 FBI directors, and 3 White House press secretaries. While disagreements are par for the course, in the case of Trump, the severance can be severely humiliating. Most of the sackings happened on Twitter, with the president brusquely terminating not only the services, but in most cases the careers, with his abrasive, condescending style. Imagine to fire 3 defense secretaries and 1 NSA, all meritorious and decorated officers of the general rank, and to diss them after the differences cropped up. This is how the Trump inner circle was and is in the present. It was said of the Trump White House that it's a game of cloak and daggers in which Trump himself plays out his muse, planting rumors in his team, and watch the ripples travel. Press has covered how he is the chief bitch of the White House, and which Trump does not mind either. That gives you an idea of where Trump comes from when it comes to his people relationships, why he says things that he says. Or like in the case of India, why he is repeating, despite strong public rebuttals and private objections, that he mediated between India and Pakistan. And while on mediation, even if Trump tries, what are the limits of American influence? That takes me to the second segment.
Well, I stopped a war between Pakistan. I love Pakistan. I think Modi is a fantastic man. I spoke to him last night. We're going to make a trade deal with Modi of India. But I stopped the war between Pakistan and India. This man was extremely influential in stopping it from the Pakistan side.
This was a preposterous claim President Trump made in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, that he could mediate between India and Pakistan with trade. Said with typical Trump flourish, it lacked any institutional memory of how each and every American attempt at mediation has failed since 1947. After the original mistake on Kashmir of going to the United Nations and agreeing for a plebiscite, India made sure that as the status quo power, we did not succumb to further machinations. The first proof of which came in the form of denial to UN-appointed plebiscite administrator Admiral Chester Nimitz to visit India. He was an American, and the Truman administration realized early on that India had a mind of its own. The Dixon plan of the Truman administration yielded no results either. With the coming of Eisenhower as president and with John Foster Dulles as his secretary, a renewed attempt was made to push for the Dixon plan, which essentially sought permanent division of Jammu and Kashmir along the ceasefire line of 1948. Eisenhower also sent a private mission of Paul Hafman to persuade India and Pakistan to talk directly, which Pandit Nehru and Pakistani PM Muhammad Ali Bogra did. The agreement they reached together, called the Nehru-Bogra Agreement in 1953, had it got implemented, was a disaster. A second disaster Nehru would have committed on Kashmir. But as luck would have it, the Nehru-Bogra Agreement, which called for plebiscite again, ran into rough weather on the Pakistani side too, over the issue of withdrawal of all Pakistani troops from areas under their control. By this time, Pakistan had joined the Western Bloc, both the SEATO and CENTO, and thus American position as a neutral party stood compromised. After Eisenhower came Kennedy, who had a little India slant from his senator days. The fact that the 1962 war with China happened during the Kennedy presidency gave further fillip to India-United States relations. Both economic and war-related military assistance started flowing into India from Washington, D.C. Much of the short Kennedy presidency saw America remain non-interventionist on Kashmir. However, Kennedy's ambassador J.K. Galbraith tried to push in a deal which was a little tweak of the Dixon plan seeking partition of the valley. Despite the fact that it came at a moment of India's weakness in the aftermath of the China war, Nehru stood his ground and this attempt too foundered. Galbraith, in fact, came to the conclusion that the solution to Kashmir issue within the framework of UN resolutions was no longer a practical idea. During all this period, Pakistan brought in innumerable resolutions at the UN seeking to force a solution, but failed, largely due to Soviet veto on India's side. Americans almost always signed off with Pakistan, building on the distrust between New Delhi and Washington. The 1965 war proved a disaster for America insofar as its relationship with India and its people was concerned. Word about the American-supplied Patton tanks reached every household. Once Pakistan lost, General Ayub Khan went crying to President Lyndon Johnson, not different from Munir going to Trump this time, and sought American assurance that it would help find solution to Kashmir issue. But with loss of face in India, no further American initiative came till the next war, that of 1971. Indira Gandhi, in the driver's seat, the similar accord made Kashmir dispute bilateral, and American or any foreign mediation became a mere game of optics. Nixon hated Indira. Kissinger loved Pakistan for the services it provided as conduit to China. But by this time, India was not living ship to mouth, and the Soviets were stronger to balance any American interference. As Pakistan continued its stronger relationship with the American bloc, becoming a frontline state, New Delhi drifted further from DC, and the United States kept losing locus to be heard with the Indian public. The Bush senior administration sent the Robert Gates mission, but again, the view at the foggy bottom was colored through the prism of Pakistan's centrality as a frontline state. Most assessments of that period made by the State Department would speak of human rights violations in Kashmir while maintaining a deafening silence on the issue of Kashmiri Pandits, for example. Terrorism in Kashmir was a distant Machiavellian project till the Al-Farhan kidnappings of 1995 that saw 2 Americans abducted and killed. Clinton was president. His assistant secretary for South Asia, Robin Raphael, ruffled some feathers in New Delhi with her pro-Pakistan positions, having served in Islamabad earlier. The damage was contained by her successor, Karl Inderfurth, who said in no uncertain terms, "We do not see ourselves as mediators. South Asia's problems must be settled by South Asia's people." The post-9/11 years saw Pakistan again becoming a frontline state, but with different dynamics at play now. India had been uncaged after more than a decade of liberalization. The days of ship-to-mouth help of American PL-480 wheat was a distant memory. Even Robin Raphael looked distant. Robert Blackwell's irritant pricks notwithstanding. Bush Jr. saw some shuttle diplomacy by Deputy Secretary of State Richard Armitage, who declared publicly that he was not an interlocutor and that he only hoped to encourage a bilateral dialogue between India and Pakistan. That American position has remained as such over the 2 decades and more of Bush, Obama, Trump first term and Biden years. In the same period, India has become a $4 trillion, 4th largest economy in the world. If Trump thinks trade is a carrot, he has to remember that the size of the carrot is larger on India's side than Pakistan. His $300 million crypto deal with Munir's boys notwithstanding. New Delhi should go slow with Trump till he gets some clarity. Sifting through morning newspapers, I spotted a report this past week. India's biggest online travel platform, Make My Trip, was raising funds to the tune of $3 billion, or about rupees 25,000 crores, from the markets to buy out the stakes of their Chinese partner Trip.com. Following the buyback, the Chinese ownership in the tech startup will trim to below 20% from 45% now. This would also reduce the number of directors that the Chinese investors can appoint on the board from 5 to 2, thus bringing down Chinese influence in the company's decision-making. The move comes a month after allegations that Make My Trip could be endangering travel data of Indian Army personnel and their families who might be using the platform to book their vacations. Rival Ease My Trip had alleged that most board committees of Make My Trip are led by Chinese nationals. While the company has called the charges motivated, it has moved nevertheless to taper off Chinese influence. Over the years, several Indian new age companies and startups have reduced Chinese shareholding in response to changing regulatory and geopolitical dynamics. Paytm, for example, reduced Alibaba's stake from 25 to 5%. Zomato also saw complete exit of Alibaba some years back. Dream Sports, an online gaming platform, decided to not raise any fresh capital from Chinese investors in the aftermath of the Galwan episode, according to reports. A pattern is emerging where Indian corporates are choosing to have technical tie-ups with Chinese companies for tech transfer against the earlier joint venture model. The government's position is also evolving. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal told business leaders recently that most goods imported from ASEAN nations was proxy Chinese trade. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, while in Beijing, took a firm position that India won't sign the joint statement of the SCO meeting unless Pahalgam is mentioned. Taken together, this is a toughening stand on China, despite the adverse balance of payments situation. Parallelly, the government is tightening the norms for joint ventures with Chinese companies, with plans afoot to cap Chinese investment in those joint ventures at 10% for the electronics sector at least. The government is acutely aware of susceptibility to the Chinese machinations owing to the adverse trade balance. India imports 6 times more than it exports to China. China's economic coercion against India could take several forms. We got a glimpse of it this month in the rare earths export regulations, due to which many of our auto majors have got impacted, just like the rest of the world. Many firms are reducing their raw material sourcing from China, particularly in the pharma space. Electronics goods manufacturers are leveraging the Modi government's PLI scheme, the production-linked incentives scheme, to rev up in-house manufacturing. While the government was under pressure from the industry to ease regulation on Chinese trade, the Pahalgam terror attack and Operation Sindoor have proved the futility of appeasing China. It won't be appeased. It would play hardball with Pakistan as its jockey. It would make every attempt at obstructing India's economic rise. Not that China has done this with India alone. Since its joining the WTO in 2001, China has overturned every trade relationship in its favor, from Europe to America, from India to Africa. The EU acknowledged this strongly in the just concluded G7 summit. Listen to Ursula von der Leyen. While the diagnosis is there with everyone, who would bell the Chinese cat? These are tough times and they call for tough measures. We as a nation and society need to make strategic decisions and some difficult choices. We have to wear out Trump turbulence, but keep our relationship with the United States steady for the long term. While Europe can do more by way of tech transfers, we need to firm up our relationships with Africa as a whole. Prime Minister Modi has earned some goodwill by spearheading the inclusion of African Union as the 21st member of the G20 grouping during India's presidency. PM Modi is embarking on a 5-nation Global South tour this coming week, and that should be used to build supply chain linkages on the raw materials front. A lot is happening, a lot needs to be done. We are on the right track. Thanks for watching.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आज मातृभूमि से, नमस्कार, भारत भूमि से सबसे दूर है, लेकिन भारतवासियों के दिलों के सबसे करीब है। आपके नाम में भी शुभ है और आपकी यात्रा नए युग का शुभ आरंभ भी है। इस समय बात हम दोनों कर रहे हैं, लेकिन मेरे साथ 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की भावनाएं भी हैं। मेरी आवाज में सभी भारतीयों का उत्साह और
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
به ملت عرض میکنم یکی تبریک پیروزی بر رژیم جعلی صهیونی است. با اون همه هیاهو، با اون همه ادعا، رژیم صهیونی در زیر ضربات جمهوری اسلامی تقریباً از پا در آمد و له شد.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to plug into episode 12 of the Republic Positive Influencer Show with me, Tanvi Sood. It's a show where positivity takes center stage. It's a full-on content takeover where content creators bring their A game with their ideas and standout storytelling. Before we hit their content, if you think you can be a Republic Positive influencer, head to www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in and drop that video sample. We're accepting applications and adding new creators each week. Now sit back, tap in, and let's get started. Behind the war and behind the cry and explosions on the battlefield, have you thought about what goes on behind fighting a war? What actually goes on the ground? The people who back the soldiers and ensure that the Josh is always high. The logistics services are not always featured as heroes, but their stories can give crucial lessons in prioritizing crisis management. Captain Yashika Tyagi, who was on the ground in Kargil, shares the story of such unsung heroes. Watch this.
ऑप विजय या कारगिल की लड़ाई एक केस स्टडी है और बहुत सारे लेसन्स ऐसे हैं जो फौज के बाहर सिविलियन वर्ल्ड में और हर कॉर्पोरेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए भी बहुत रेलेवेंट है. इन टुडेज अनसर्टेन एनवायरनमेंट, प्रायोरिटाइजिंग क्राइसिस मैनेजमेंट इन लॉजिस्टिक्स इज पैरामाउंट. ऑपरेशन विजय में भारतीय सेना की विजय का एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कारण था क्राइसिस सिचुएशन में सटीक डिसीजन मेकिंग और रिसोर्सेस का सही इस्तेमाल. जय हिंद. मैं कैप्टन याशिका हटवाल त्यागी हूं, कारगिल वॉर वेटरन और मिलिट्री इंस्पायर्ड लीडरशिप कोच. मैं 1994 में इंडियन आर्मी की लॉजिस्टिक्स विंग यानी आर्मी ऑर्डिनेंस कोर का हिस्सा बनी और आज का एपिसोड डेडिकेट करती हूं इंडियन आर्म्ड फोर्सेस की रीढ़ की हड्डी यानी लॉजिस्टिक्स और उन सपोर्ट सर्विसेज को जो बैकग्राउंड में तो रहते हैं लेकिन जिनके बिना फौज में पत्ता भी नहीं हिल सकता. फौजी तभी तक जंग लड़ सकता है जब तक उसकी बंदूक में गोली है और उसके पेट में रोटी. और ये दोनों जिम्मेदारी इंडियन आर्मी में लॉजिस्टिक्स सर्विसेज की है. एक सक्सेसफुल लॉजिस्टिक सिस्टम वही है कि जब भी जंगी सामान की जरूरत हो तो फौजी यूं हाथ उठाए और बिना कोई समय गंवाए वो सामान उसके पास हो. ये ना केवल जंग जीतने के लिए जरूरी है बल्कि फौज के मोराल यानी मनोबल को ऊंचा रखने के लिए भी. मई 1999 युद्ध की रणभेरी बज चुकी. देश युद्ध के लिए तैयार था. यूं लगता है जैसे आज भी वो मंजर मेरी आंखों के सामने है. आइए मेरे साथ चलिए फ्रंट लाइंस पर और अनुभव करिए लड़ाई के उन दिनों को. सुबह की पहली किरण से सूरज के छुपने तक लेह के मिलिट्री एयरफील्ड में इंडियन एयरफोर्स के ट्रांसपोर्ट एयरक्राफ्ट्स जैसे IL-76, AN-32 देश के हर कोने से हजारों सैनिकों और फौजी साजो सामान को लेकर आ रहे थे. कुछ रेजिमेंट्स सड़क मार्ग से इस सेक्टर में भी इंडक्ट हो रही थी. मैदानी इलाकों से आए हुए ये सैनिक बटालिक, काकसर, मशको वैली, द्रास, तुर्तुक और भी बहुत जगह इंडक्ट किए जा रहे थे जहां एक नहीं बल्कि तीन दुश्मन उनका इंतजार कर रहे थे. पहला दुश्मन वो जो पाकिस्तानी था और हमारे देश में घुस आया. दूसरा दुश्मन 16,000 से 19,000 फीट ऊंची पहाड़ियां जहां की हवा में ऑक्सीजन की भारी कमी. और तीसरा दुश्मन -30 से भी नीचे गिरता हुआ तापमान और जानलेवा मौसम. मेरी तैनाती उस समय लॉजिस्टिक बेस में थी और हमारा काम था अपनी फौज को इन तीनों दुश्मनों से लड़ने के लिए तैयार करना. रेजिमेंट्स के लेह इंडक्ट होते ही सबसे पहले गाड़ियों का काफिला हमारी यूनिट की ओर आता. टाइम मैनेजमेंट और टीम वर्क का परफेक्ट एग्जाम्पल. हायर हेडक्वार्टर हमें पहले से ही सूचना दे देते कि कौन सी यूनिट क्या इक्विपमेंट और क्या वेपन लेकर आ रही है, जिसके मुताबिक कितनी क्वांटिटी में कौन सा सामान इशू करना है. यह मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी कि यूनिट्स के हमारे डिपो में आते ही बिना कोई समय गंवाए उनका सामान कलेक्शन के लिए तैयार हो. हाई एल्टीट्यूड में सही साइज का एक्सट्रीम कोल्ड क्लाइमेट होना बहुत जरूरी है. उदाहरण के तौर पर हम गोरखा रेजिमेंट के जवानों को राजपूताना राइफल के जवानों के साइज का सामान इशू नहीं कर सकते. सब जीरो टेम्परेचर के लिए जैकेट्स, सॉक्स, बल्क लावा कैप्स, ग्लव्स, रबर इंसुलेटेड बूट्स, स्लीपिंग बैग्स, जंग के लिए बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट्स, हेलमेट्स, ऊंची खड़ी पहाड़ियों पर चढ़ने के लिए माउंटेनियरिंग इक्विपमेंट्स और सबसे जरूरी आइटम भरपूर मात्रा में एम्यूनिशन, गोला बारूद, असलहा. इसमें स्मॉल आर्म्स एम्यूनिशन, ग्रेनेड्स, फ्लेयर्स, मॉर्टर्स, आर्टिलरी के शेल्स, बोफोर्स का गोला, मिसाइल्स एटसेट्रा ये सब शामिल था. और इन्हें इशू करना आर्मी ऑर्डिनेंस कोर की मेरी यूनिट का काम था। इसके बाद आर्मी सर्विस कोर के डिपो इन जंग पर जाती यूनिट्स को उनके सिपाहियों के संख्या बल के हिसाब से खाने का राशन, रेडी टू ईट राशन और डिहाइड्रेटेड राशन इशू करते थे। गाड़ियों के लिए पेट्रोल, डीजल एटसेट्रा ये सब इशू किया जा रहा था। समय कम था और हर पल की देरी दुश्मन को और मजबूत बना रही थी। जंग से पहले हमारे पास लिमिटेड सैनिक थे, लेकिन फिर रातों रात कई गुना ज्यादा रेजिमेंट्स आ गई जिनके पास अलग अलग तरह के वेपन सिस्टम्स थे, स्पेशल विंटर क्लोथिंग का अलग अलग साइज, कई गुना ज्यादा रिक्वायरमेंट। पर आर्मी ऑर्डिनेंस कोर ने देश भर में फैले अपनी ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री से तालमेल किया। कई तरह का एम्यूनिशन जो दूसरे देशों से इंपोर्ट होता था, आर्मी हेडक्वार्टर और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस के द्वारा फास्ट ट्रैक किया गया। इट वॉज अ लॉजिस्टिक चैलेंज। सामान प्रायोरिटी के हिसाब से एयरलिफ्ट हो रहा था। देश भर में फौजी सामान से भरी हुई ट्रेन सरपट दौड़ रही थी। हाईवेज का सीना चीरते हुए ट्रक्स सरहद की ओर बढ़ रहे थे। यह समय था पूरे देश में टीम वर्क और मिलकर काम करने का। जंग के दौरान कम से कम समय में हर वेपन और हर सिपाही की जरूरत के सामान को रिप्लेनिश, रिपेयर और ऑपरेशनली रेडी करने के लिए हमने आगे तक, फ्रंट लाइंस तक लॉजिस्टिक पॉइंट्स एस्टैब्लिश किए। फौज को हर समय और हर कीमत पर ऑपरेशनली रेडी रखना हार और जीत का सवाल होता है। ऐसे में हर तरह के वेपन, चाहे राइफल हो या बड़ी बड़ी आर्टिलरी गन्स, रेडियो सेट्स हो या गाड़ियां, कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम हो या कोई भी दूसरा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और मैकेनिकल डिवाइस, इन्हें ऑपरेशनली रेडी रखने की जिम्मेदारी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर्स के काबिल हाथों में थी। ईएमई के बहादुर और मेहनती जवानों को सल्यूट, जिन्होंने यह इंश्योर किया कि जंग के समय हमारी फौज का हर इक्विपमेंट, हर वेपन हर समय ठीक काम करता रहे। अमूमन हर यूनिट के साथ एक रेजिमेंटल मेडिकल ऑफिसर होता है जिनका काम यूनिट के हर सदस्य की सेहत का ध्यान रखना है। लेकिन जंग के माहौल में जहां हर ओर गोले बरस रहे थे, शार्पनेल्स और स्प्लिंटर इंजरीज थी, डिसलोकेशंस और फ्रैक्चर्स हो रहे थे, उस समय आर्मी मेडिकल कोर ने फर्स्ट एड, प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर, इमरजेंसी मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट के लिए फील्ड हॉस्पिटल्स एस्टैब्लिश किए, जिन्होंने बैटल जोन में ही ऑक्सीजन, ब्लड ट्रांसफ्यूजन, माइनर ऑपरेशन, स्टिचेस, फ्रैक्चर्स, गन शॉट वुंड से घायल सिपाहियों को स्टेबलाइज किया। और सलाम है इंडियन एयरफोर्स के उन हेलीकॉप्टर पायलट्स को जिन्होंने रिकॉर्ड टाइम में कैजुअल्टी इवैक्यूएशन कर ना जाने कितने बहादुर सैनिकों की जान बचाई। आई सल्यूट ऑल दोज डॉक्टर्स एंड नर्सिंग असिस्टेंट्स ऑफ आर्मी मेडिकल कोर एंड हेलीकॉप्टर पायलट्स ऑफ इंडियन एयरफोर्स। तस्वीर का एक और रुख आपके पास। लड़ाई के समय सबसे जरूरी होता है कम्युनिकेशन। हायर हेडक्वार्टर से यूनिट का तालमेल, यूनिट का आर्टिलरी फायरिंग के लिए तालमेल। लड़ाई के समय जब दुश्मन की खबर से पल पल में प्लानिंग में बदलाव आ रहे हों, तो सबसे सेफ माना जाता है लाइन कम्युनिकेशन, यानी टेलीफोन्स। फौज में हम रेडियो कम्युनिकेशन को इतना सेफ इसलिए नहीं मानते क्योंकि दुश्मन हमारी और हम दुश्मन की फ्रीक्वेंसी पर ट्यून करके बातें सुन सकते हैं। अब आप सोचिए, जब हर तरफ गोले बरस रहे हों, पहाड़ी खड़ी और नुकीली हो, गन्स और मॉर्टर्स के धमाके हो रहे हों, ऐसे में अंगारों के बीच टेलीफोन की पतली पतली तारें बार बार डैमेज होती हैं। लेकिन कोर ऑफ सिग्नल्स के जांबाज जवान अपनी जान की फिक्र न करते हुए अपने एक कंधे पे वायर का रोल और दूसरे कंधे पर टूल्स का बैग लेकर लगातार बिना रुके टूटी जली तारों को रिपेयर करते रहे कि कहीं लड़ाई के समय कम्युनिकेशन में रुकावट ना आए और ऑपरेशंस ना रुक जाएं। सिग्नल के उन जवानों के मजबूत हौसलों की उड़ान और हिम्मत का तूफान, इन दोनों को हमारा सलाम है। I salute the brave jawans and officers of Corps of Signals. फौज में हर कोर और हर सर्विस की अलग अलग रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, लेकिन ऑब्जेक्टिव एक, तिरंगे की रक्षा। और ये परफेक्ट टीम वर्क का उदाहरण है। जीत का सहरा जितना उस सैनिक के सिर बंधता है जो दुश्मन की आंख से आंख मिलाकर युद्ध कर रहा हो, उतना ही योगदान लॉजिस्टिक्स और सपोर्ट सर्विसेज का है जो उस युद्ध के लिए उस सिपाही को सक्षम बनाते हैं। यह देश सदा इन बहादुर सिपाहियों का ऋणी रहेगा। शौर्य टेल्स में ऐसी ही और कहानियां और फौज के अनछुए पहलुओं को लेकर मैं आपके सामने फिर आऊंगी। जय हिंद की सेना।
Captain Yashika Tyagi is inspirational as always, isn't she? Now next up we take you through on a spiritual journey like no other to the sacred town everyone's talking about since the kicking off of the Rath Yatra a couple of days ago. The colourful, enriched land of Jagannath Puri, where history, devotion and divinity come together with this powerful energy. Republic positive influencer and author Shalini Modi guides us through the heart of the story of Lord Jagannath. It is a story of eternal connection, it's a story of faith and the soul of India's most revered pilgrimage. Take a look.
Namaste. I'm Shalini Modi. I'm an author, and today I will take you down the memory lane of an ancient temple situated in Orissa on the eastern coast of India. It is one of the Char Dhams that was established by Adi Shankaracharya ji in the four corners of India: north, south, east and west. So this legend goes that Krishna Bhagwan gave up his body when he was shot an arrow by Jara, a huntsman. And Arjun carried out his last rites, but his heart floated in the water and reached the shores of Orissa. Here, the Sabaras tribe and his chief took this Neel-colored stone, calling it Neel Madhav. They placed it in a cave and worshipped it. They realized its divinity. After all, it was the heart of Krishna Bhagwan. They were living in a dense forest, and hence no one had access to Neel Madhav except for the tribe. But one day, King Indra of Avanti came to know about Neel Madhav and wished to see and worship him, being a Vishnu devotee. He sent Vidyapati, his priest, to look for Neel Madhav. Reaching the tribe, he expressed his need to see Neel Madhav to the chief, who refused and declined. However, he befriended his daughter Lalita and soon married her and convinced her to convince her father to take him to Neel Madhav. The chief blindfolded Vidyapati and took him to the temple. But Vidyapati was smart and he threw mustard seeds on his way so that they would blossom into flowers and guide him to the temple. Going back to the kingdom, he brought Indra, the king, to that place, and using the help of the mustard seeds that had blossomed into flowers, they reached Neel Madhav, but disappointed because Neel Madhav had vanished. Some say that the chief had hidden him, some say that he just vanished. The king was in despair, but he had a vision and he was told by Bhagwan that he will find a big log of wood floating in the ocean, almost Neel colored, and to pick it up and convert it into 3 statues of Krishna Bhagwan, his sister Subhadra and elder brother Balram, which he did with the help of the chief of the Sabras tribe. Because the log of wood was so heavy that his men could not pick it up, but the chief could. After that was the question, who's going to make the idols? So Vishwakarma ji, the architect of the gods, appeared as an artisan. His request was not to open the door behind which he will be creating the statues. And a restless king and queen opened the door to find Vishwakarma ji not there, and the idols looked as if they were half finished. The king again worried, but he was again told by a voice that it was fine and these idols should be installed in the temple. He constructed a temple and installed the three idols of Krishna Bhagwan, his sister Subhadra, and Balramji, his elder brother. A rare sight, because usually you will find Krishna Bhagwan with Radhaji. Today, that is the Jesht Purnima on the 11th of June, is the Snan day. So every year on Jesht Purnima is their birthday, the day Vishwakarmaji created them, and it's celebrated by giving them a bath of 108 kalashas of water. The idols are brought out on a special platform, the Snan platform, where they are bathed, after which they get fever and are restricted to special quarters with special service by only their Veds and the priests who take care of them, give them kara, medicine, and a restricted diet. After which, after the 15th day, or in 15 days, they recover and then go on their lavish Rath Yatra to their maternal aunt house called Gundicha. Here they stay for 7 days and enjoy her hospitality. The Rath Yatra is beautiful. The three Rath of Bhagwan go through the city, and it is celebrated with great pomp and show. This time it will fall on 27th of June. Namaste.
Our scriptures and our history is fascinating, isn't it? Now, up next on the Positive Influencer Show, we dive into the battlefield and beyond. We'll take a look into the life of warrior saint whose legacy remains one of India's most powerful but untold stories. Republic's positive influencer Vishal Khandelwal brings us this extraordinary journey of Lieutenant General Hanut Singh. This is the story of a man who could have changed the course of history, the man who could have redrawn Pakistan borders and its map. He was a general who lived and died like a sage, in meditation, in dignity, and in absolute service of the nation.
राजस्थान की इस वीर सपूत ने पाकिस्तान के 50 टैंक उड़ा दिए, जो दिन भर में पाकिस्तान के 100 किलोमीटर के एरिया तक घुस गया, जिसने चलते युद्ध में यह कह दिया कि कोई भी टैंक अपनी जगह से 1 इंच भी पीछे नहीं हटेगा। जी हां, मैं बात कर रहा हूं 1971 के वॉर हीरो लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल हनुत सिंह राठौड़ की। हमारा नाम है विशाल और आप देखना शुरू कर चुके हैं स्टोरीज विद विशाल। हनुत सिंह के साथ काम करने वाले ऑफिसर उन्हें हंटी कहकर बुलाते थे और उन्हें आज भी याद करने वाले या उनके साथ काम किए जूनियर्स उन्हें वॉरियर मॉन्क या गुरुदेव भी कहते थे। हनुत सिंह बड़े ही धार्मिक आदमी थे, लेकिन वे धर्म को अपनी छाती पर लेकर नहीं घूमते थे। वे अपने कर्म और अपने कर्तव्य को ही धर्म मानते थे। उनके टैंक के लिखे नोट्स को आज भी इंडियन मिलिट्री एकेडमी में पढ़ाया जाता है। वे इस कदर उसमें पारंगत थे कि क्या बात ही कहे। सोचिए ना कि एक ऐसा शख्स जो अपने ही आर्मी ऑफिसर्स के साथ भिड़ जाता था क्योंकि वह सही के लिए खड़ा होना जानते थे और अपनी बात पर अड़ना जान। उसी का एक किस्सा ऐसा है कि कमांडर लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल सुरजीत सिंह बरार और हनुत सिंह के बीच में युद्ध संबंधी और प्रशासनिक पहलू को लेकर भिड़ंत हो गई। हनुत सिंह चाहते थे कि रक्षा नीतियों को ज्यादा आक्रामक तरीके से लागू किया जाए, लेकिन इस बहस को खत्म करते हुए हनुत सिंह ने कह दिया कि जब तक मैं जीओसी हूं इसी प्रकार से रक्षात्मक तरीके से युद्ध लड़ूंगा। इससे इतर सिर्फ आर्मी ऑफिसर से नहीं, नेताओं के साथ भी उनके भिड़ंत के किस्से बहुत ही ज्यादा मशहूर है। फॉर्मर आर्मी चीफ जनरल वीके सिंह अपनी किताब लीडरशिप एंड द इंडियन आर्मी द बायोग्राफीज ऑफ 12 सोल्जर्स में इस बात का जिक्र करते हैं। मई 1982 में हनुत सिंह को पदोन्नत करके मेजर जनरल बनाकर भेजा जाता है सिक्किम, जहां पर वे 17 माउंटेन डिवीजन की कमांड संभालते हैं और वहां पर उनकी टकरार होती है तब के गवर्नर होमी तलियार खान के साथ। होमी तलियार खान अक्सर अपने इंदिरा गांधी और नेहरू परिवार के साथ के संबंध की बातें किया करते थे और उसकी धौस भी जमाया करते थे और इसी के चलते वे अक्सर विशेष अधिकार मांगा करते थे कि वे अगर किसी भी राज्य के दौरे पर जा रहे हैं तो उनकी अगवानी के लिए या तो डिविजनल कमांडर हो या फिर कम से कम कुछ ब्रिगेड कमांडर वहां पर उपस्थित हो। लेकिन जब हनुत सिंह को इस बारे में पता चला तो उन्होंने इस तथाकथित प्रोटोकॉल पर तत्काल प्रभाव से रोक लगा दी और आगे से ऐसा ना करने की हिदायत दे दी। और एक रोज जब एक बार ब्रिगेड कमांडर गवर्नर को रिसीव करने की परमिशन मांगने हनुज सिंह के पास गए तो उन्होंने मना कर दिया और कह दिया कि ये सिविल का मामला है, इसका आर्मी से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। हालांकि लोकल कमांडर को गवर्नर को लेने के लिए भेजा गया, लेकिन जब तलेर खान अपने गंतव्य तक पहुंचे और अपने हेलीकॉप्टर से बाहर आए और ये देखते हैं तो उन्हें बहुत ही ज्यादा निराशा होती है और बहुत ही ज्यादा गुस्सा आता है। वो गुस्से में हनुज सिंह को फोन लगाते हैं, लेकिन हनुज सिंह उस समय पूजा में बैठे थे, इस कारण वे फोन नहीं उठाते और उनसे बात नहीं हो पाती। उसके बाद राज्यपाल और ज्यादा भड़क जाते हैं और वे धमकी दे देते हैं कि वे थल सेना अध्यक्ष से इस बात की शिकायत करेंगे। हालांकि वे इसके बाद उसकी शिकायत करते हैं, लेकिन उससे ज्यादा कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता और अंत में राज्यपाल को ही हनुज सिंह की बात माननी पड़ती है। और उसके बाद प्रोटोकॉल में चेंज होता है कि जब भी राज्यपाल आर्मी यूनिट का दौरा करेंगे तभी उन्हें आर्मी ऑफिसर या तो डिविजनल कमांडर या ब्रिगेड कमांडर रिसीव करने जाएगा, ना कि बाकी सभी फंक्शंस में। सिक्किम से जुड़ा एक और किस्सा यह भी है कि जब वे अग्रिम सुरक्षित ठिकानों के दौरे पर गए तो वहां देखते हैं कि फौजियों के लिए कोई भी व्यवस्था नहीं है। वहां की हालात बहुत ज्यादा खराब है, ना सोने की कोई जगह है, ना ही खाने पीने की कोई व्यवस्था हो पाई है। इसके बाद वे अपने सीनियर ऑफिसर्स को खत लिखकर इसकी शिकायत करते और मदद मांगते, लेकिन कुछ खासा मदद हो नहीं पाती। उसके बाद वे तय करते हैं कि वे अपने ही स्तर पर सैनिकों की मदद करेंगे, उनके लिए बैरक बनाएंगे अपने ही आर्मी प्रोटोकॉल के तहत। और उसके बाद वे अपने सैनिकों की टुकड़ी के साथ बाजार से लकड़ी लाते हैं, लकड़ी लाने के बाद बैरक बनाते हैं और उसी के बाद वे वहां पर जनरेटर की भी व्यवस्था करते हैं ताकि सैनिक वहां पर अच्छे से रह सके। उसके बाद एक सैनिक ने ऐसा कह दिया कि कई बार ऑफिसर्स के लिए सैनिक जितना करता है उसका 1% भी सैनिक के लिए ऑफिसर्स नहीं करता। खैर, उसके बाद सिक्किम से जब उनका वहां से ट्रांसफर हुआ तो वहां के सैनिकों ने उन्हें पुरस्कार दिया और उसमें लिखा कि 20 सालों में अधिकारियों ने जितना हमारे लिए नहीं किया उतना 1 साल में आपने हमारी जिंदगी को बदलने के लिए योगदान दिया है। ऐसे थे हनुज सिंह राठौड़, जो सही के लिए खड़ा होना जानते थे और अपनी बात पर अड़िग भी रहते थे। वे परवाह नहीं करते थे कि सीनियर्स क्या सोचेंगे। हनुज सिंह की जिंदगी से जुड़ा हुआ एक दिलचस्प हिस्सा यह भी है कि उन्होंने ताउम्र शादी नहीं की। वे मानते थे कि एक शादीशुदा आदमी फौज की जिम्मेदारी को सही से संभाल नहीं सकता जितना एक कुंवारा आदमी संभाल सकता है। अक्सर वे अपने जूनियर जवानों को भी इस बात की सलाह दिया करते थे कि वे शादी ना करें, और जो जूनियर्स उनकी कार्यशैली से प्रभावित थे वे शादी करने के लिए मना भी कर देते थे। और एक बार ऐसे ही हुआ कि हनुज सिंह के कहने पर कई सैनिकों ने अपने घर पर शादी करने से मना कर दिया और तब उनके परिवार वालों ने इस बात का जिक्र और इसकी शिकायत हनुज सिंह के सीनियर से की, लेकिन हनुज सिंह की सेहत पर इसका कुछ ज्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ा। खैर, चलते अब 1971 के उस बैटल में, उस बसंतर की लड़ाई में जो हनुज सिंह राठौड़ की जिंदगी का सबसे गौरवपूर्ण खड़ी थी। वे अपने प्रतिष्ठित रेजिमेंट पूना हॉर्सेस का नेतृत्व कर रहे थे भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप में चल रही सबसे बड़ी टैंक की लड़ाई में। खैर, वो एरिया जो पूरी तरीके से लैंड माइन से भरा हुआ था, जहां पर हर कदम पर लैंड माइन्स बिछी हुई थी, तब हनुज सिंह एक ऐसा ऐतिहासिक निर्णय लेते हैं अपनी रेजिमेंट की एक छोटी सी टुकड़ी को वे उस लैंड माइन्स भरे हुए एरिया में भेजने का, क्योंकि अगर वे लैंड माइन्स के क्लियर होने का इंतजार करते तो शायद तक भारत को हार का सामना करना पड़ सकता था, या कहे भारत को बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हो सकता था उस मोर्चे पर। लेकिन हनुज सिंह तो जाने जाते थे जोखिम उठाने के लिए, और उन्होंने जोखिम उठाया। वे अपने सेकंड इन कमांड अजय सिंह को एक टुकड़ी के साथ भेजते हैं उस लैंड माइन्स वाले एरिया में, और वहां पर अजय सिंह अपनी टीम के साथ बिना किसी हानि के वो उसे पार कर लेते हैं और मिशन को पूरा करते हैं। उसके बाद 16 दिसंबर को एक भयानक युद्ध होता है और उसके अगले दिन भी पाकिस्तान अपनी 8वीं आर्मी ब्रिगेड को हनुज सिंह के सामने उतारता है, लेकिन हनुज सिंह तो तैयार थे इस युद्ध के लिए। इस ऐतिहासिक युद्ध के दौरान 21 साल का नौजवान अरुण खित्रपाल, जिसने 6 महीने पहले ही आर्मी में कदम रखा है, उसके टैंक पर दुश्मन आग लगा देते हैं, लेकिन वो तब भी टैंक छोड़ता नहीं। जब उसके सीनियर्स उसे टैंक से उतर जाने का आदेश देते हैं तब वह दृढ़ता और बहादुरी के साथ कहता है कि सर, अभी अभी मैंने रेडियो पर हनुज साहब का आदेश सुना है और वो कहते हैं कि कोई भी टैंक अपनी जगह से 1 इंच भी पीछे नहीं हटेगा, जो जहां है वहीं से लड़ेगा, तो फिर मैं कैसे उतर जाऊं। और वह अपने आखिरी सांस तक लड़ाई लड़ता है और अपने भारत माता के लिए अपने प्राण की सर्वोच्च बलिदान दे देता है। सोचिए, कहां मिलेगा ऐसा वीर सपूत भारत के अलावा जो अपने दुश्मन को मारने के लिए अपने प्राणों तक को त्याग करने के लिए तैयार है। अरुण खित्रपाल को मरणोपरांत परमवीर चक्र से नवाजा गया और अपने बहादुरी और अपने युद्ध कौशल के लिए जनरल हनुज सिंह राठौड़ को महावीर चक्र से नवाजा गया। हम बात कर रहे हैं इतने डेकोरेटेड ऑफिसर्स की। लेकिन बात इतनी सी नहीं, हनुज सिंह भारत पाकिस्तान का नक्शा ही बदल देने वाले थे। जी हां, बात है तब की जब सेना अध्यक्ष के सुंदर जी उन्हें बुलाते हैं और उन्हें युद्ध अभ्यास जो ब्रास टैक्स होने वाला था उसमें स्ट्राइक कोर की कमांड देते हैं। ये एक ऐसा युद्ध अभ्यास था जो भारत ने आज से पहले कभी नहीं किया था, एक बहुत बड़े लार्ज स्केल पर होने वाला था। लोग ऐसा कहते हैं कि इस युद्ध अभ्यास के दरमियान भारत और पाकिस्तान करीबन युद्ध की कगार पर आ चुके थे, लेकिन विभिन्न अलग कारणों की वजह से इसे टाल दिया गया। लेकिन हनुज सिंह का यह अनुमान है कि अगर उन्हें रोका नहीं जाता और उन्हें अपने अनुमान के हिसाब से कार्य करने दिया जाता और उनके पूर्व ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड को देखा जाए तो वे अपनी सेना की मदद से इतना बड़ा युद्ध करते कि पाकिस्तान और भारत का नक्शा ही बदल के रख देते। खैर, ये तो हनुज सिंह है जो अपनी बहादुरी, अपने अड़िग फैसले और अपनी धार्मिक कारणों की वजह से अक्सर चर्चा में बने रहे हैं। हनुज सिंह के बारे में जितनी बातें कही जाए उतनी कम ही लगती है। दुश्मनों ने भी जिसका लोहा माना, पाकिस्तान जैसा दुश्मन भी जिससे डरता था और सम्मान भी करता था। फक्रे हिंद की उपाधि से सम्मानित भारत माता का वीर सपूत, जिसके लिए दो लाइन मुझे बहुत ही सटीक लगती है। तलवार से बिजली कड़के, लाल लहू बहे धरती, ए वर देना प्रभु मोहे, विजय हो या वीर गति। आपको ये वीडियो कैसा लगा हमें कमेंट बॉक्स में बताइए। ऐसे ही स्टोरीज विद विशाल को देखते रहिए, क्योंकि आपका साथ हमारी हिम्मत बढ़ाता है और आप अपने राम को ऐसा ही साथ देते रहिए। शुक्रिया।
So many unsung heroes all coming together and put out by our fantastic Republic Positive influencers. And with that, it's a wrap of episode 12 of the Republic Positive Influencer Show. It was an absolute pleasure to bring it to you. Our creators work very hard every week to put their content together just for you. Now, if you think you can be a Republic Positive influencer and be one of them, no matter your genre, no matter your age or location, we're hearing you. Head to www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in and drop that video sample. You can also use the WhatsApp number which is on your screen. If that's easier, drop your video, our teams will screen it and they'll call you. Now that's all we have for you. We'll see you next week and thank you so much for watching.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सब जल जीरा मसाला।
After Kalyan Banerjee, TMC MLA Madan Mitra says Kolkata gang rape a lesson for girls. BJP doubles down on TMC, holds mega protest over Kolkata gang rape, calls it state-sponsored brutality. TMC silent on main accused's links with party, complete inaction in the Kolkata gang rape case. Prime Minister Modi interacts with Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla on his space journey. Mumbai police says no foul play found in Shefali Jariwala's death, appears to be a natural death.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us this Saturday evening. You're watching the long form story with me, Niranjan. On the show this evening, we're getting you 4 stories that dominated the news in the last week. It's been a newsy week, and on today's show, we go deep into these 4 stories that have been the subject of conversation and debate in the last week. Our first story is about India's space odyssey. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, the first Indian to have been on the International Space Station. His journey from Lucknow to the cosmos is not one of his alone. It's the testament to India's rewriting of the space history. And back home, our second story captures the grim reality of West Bengal. Another day, another woman, another campus attacked in the very place she's supposed to feel secure. Our third story this evening is from Assam. The story of a gas well that turned into a ticking time bomb in Assam's Sivasagar district. 16-day battle to stop it. Our ground investigation putting into perspective everything, the background sequence of events, how an entire village was made to vacate the land they call home. And finally, what is happening in Punjab? Cartel-like killings, mafia wars, vicious cycle of drug peddling, encounters, and partisan politics. Punjab has reached a boiling point. And with that, let's get started with our first long-form story this evening. From Rakesh Sharma's salute to Kalpana Chawla's dream, India's space journey has always reached beyond gravity. Now tonight, a new name in the last week, joining that stellar league from the bustling heart of Lucknow to the edge of Earth's orbit, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, once a quiet schoolboy in Uttar Pradesh, now on board the International Space Station as part of Axiom Mission 4. Now, his story isn't just about space. It's about belief, discipline, and a billion dreams taking flight. It's the echo of Viksit Bharat rising, confident, rooted, and reaching higher and higher. It's the journey from India's lanes to space.
LVM-3 के उत्थापन के साथ ही हमारे अंतरिक्ष यान चंद्रयान 3 की चंद्रमा की यात्रा प्रारंभ हो चुकी है।
चालीस वर्ष के बाद कोई भारतीय अंतरिक्ष में जाने वाला है।
From the Indian Space Research Organization, AX-4 pilot Shubhanshu Shukla.
Namaste. I am Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla.
लेकिन इस बार टाइम भी हमारा है, काउंट डाउन भी हमारा है और रॉकेट भी हमारा है।
A fighter pilot for 15 years, he was selected as one of 4 Indian astronauts in 2020.
आपको तो पृथ्वी माता की परिक्रमा का सौभाग्य मिला है। अभी आप पृथ्वी के किस भाग के ऊपर से गुजर रहे होंगे?
हम दिन में 16 बार परिक्रमा करते हैं, 16 सूर्योदय और 16 सनराइज और सनसेट हम देखते हैं ऑर्बिट से, और बहुत ही अचंभित कर देने वाला ये पूरा प्रोसेस है। इस परिक्रमा में, इस तेज गति में, हम इस समय करीब 28,000 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से चल रहे हैं आपसे बात करते वक्त, और ये गति पता नहीं चलती क्योंकि हम तो अंदर हैं, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं ये गति जरूर दिखाती है कि हमारा देश कितनी गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है इस समय।
For decades, India's journey to the stars has lit up the sky. From Rakesh Sharma's iconic moment in orbit.
ऊपर से भारत कैसा दिखता है आपको?
जी मैं बगैर किसी झिझक के कह सकता हूँ कि सारे जहां से अच्छा दिखता है।
To Kalpana Chawla and Sunita Williams, inspiring a billion dreams.
So I called all the crew members one by one and they saw it and everybody said, oh wow.
From moonshots to Mars. From Chandrayaan to Gaganyaan. This is a story of vision, science and sky-high belief. And now, a new name joins that constellation from the heartland of Hindi-speaking India, Uttar Pradesh. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla is set to pilot a mission to the International Space Station. In the quiet lanes of Lucknow, pride now hangs on the walls. Faces smile wider. Strangers stop to ask for a boy's house, a boy who touched the skies and left his footprints among the stars. Shubhanshu's name now travels faster than the wind in these alleys, the tea stalls to temples. He's not just a name anymore. He's a story everyone wants to tell.
जी जी हाँ जी शुभांशु शुक्ला जो अंतरिक्ष में जा रहे हैं जी हाँ मिले हैं, एक दो बार मिले हैं। बहुत अच्छे नेचर के हैं, मतलब लखनऊ की शान बनने वाले हमारे लोग हैं। और क्या हम लोगों को बहुत गर्व है भाई।
But this story isn't written in headlines. It's written on every brick of this street, in every corner that once echoed with his laughter, and now whispers his name with pride.
शुभांशु शुक्ला लखनऊ की गलियों का रहने वाला वो लड़का जो अंतरिक्ष की असीमित संभावनाओं को तलाशने जा रहा है। शुभांशु शुक्ला के घर को खोजते हुए लखनऊ में हम पहुंचे हैं। शुभांशु शुक्ला के पड़ोसियों में गौरव है। शुभांशु शुक्ला जिसने लखनऊ का नाम रोशन किया, भारत के नाम को बढ़ाया। क्या उसके बचपन की पूरी कहानी है, क्या परवरिश, कैसी वो परवरिश रही जिसने शुभांशु को आज अंतरिक्ष में जाने लायक बनाया, ये जानने के लिए हम शुभांशु के घर पहुंचे हैं।
This is where it began, where a boy once dreamed with open eyes and quietly climbed step after step towards something none of them imagined would come so soon. Behind the medals, the discipline, the achievement lies a mother's patience, a father's quiet strength, and a home that raised a child like any other.
शुभांशु तो बहुत बचपन से बहुत ही अच्छा बच्चा था। छोटे पर से ही उसके मतलब सारे आचरण कहेंगे बच्चे के बहुत अच्छे थे। समझदार था, ब्रिलियंट था, सब कुछ था और थोड़ा शरारती भी था, जैसे सारे बच्चे होते हैं वो भी था। बस ये है कि हम लोगों की देख रेख में, हम लोगों के पालन पोषण में तो उस पलता बढ़ता रहा, धीरे धीरे बढ़ता गया, पढ़ता गया। अपनी पढ़ाई में हमेशा अव्वल आता रहा। उसको जो है पढ़ते पढ़ते धीरे धीरे उसने सारी सीढ़ियाँ क्रॉस करी, अच्छे से पास किया उसको और फिर वो निकलता चला गया। फर्स्ट ईयर में ही था तभी उसने एनडीए का एग्ज़ाम पास कर लिया। उसी हिसाब से फिर वो एनडीए का एग्ज़ाम देने के बाद फिर उसको उसने घूम के नहीं देखा अच्छे से कि मतलब क्या है। जैसे कहते हैं ना कि बच्चे से वो सीधे सीधे इंसान बन गया, एकदम से बड़ा इंसान बन गया।
He did not demand, he did not ask. He just quietly kept becoming something greater every single day.
वो छोटे पर से जो है बहुत शांत स्वभाव का था और उसमें जो है वो पढ़ने लिखने में भी बहुत अच्छा था। किसी प्रकार के कोई बहुत ज़्यादा शैतानी नहीं करता था। खर्चीले का कोई स्वभाव नहीं था, किसी प्रकार के कोई डिमांड नहीं करता था कि कहीं पर उसको कोई मतलब किसी सामान के बारे में जिद करना या कुछ करना, ऐसा कुछ कभी नहीं रहा उसका। हमेशा एडजस्टिंग नेचर का था और हम लोग भी बस छोटा होने के नाते बहुत ज़्यादा तवज्जो नहीं दे पाते थे। अब ये एनडीए में जाने के बाद पूरा उस तरह से हो गया जैसा एनडीए चाहता था और यही बात अगर हम अपने में लागू करते हैं तो बच्चे को आप उसी तरह मोल्ड कर सकते हैं जैसा कि वो ट्रेनिंग के पीरियड में मोल्ड हुआ। बहुत प्राउड फील कर रहे हैं, पूरा ज़िंदगी का सबसे बड़ा गर्व महसूस करते हैं अपनी लाइफ का। हमें जो अचीवमेंट ये दिया है बच्चे ने, वो मेरे लिए ज़िंदगी का सबसे बड़ा गौरवान्वित करने वाला दिन है।
Shubhanshu is not just a son who made his parents proud, but also a little brother to his sisters with tons of sibling stories.
उनका फेवरेट गेम हुआ करता था फुटबॉल एंड क्रिकेट। वो बहुत इंटरेस्ट लेके खेलते थे और वो स्कूल का ही था उनका फिक्सेशन। उनकी पूरी टीम बनी हुई थी स्कूल की तरफ से ही, वो उसमें खेलते थे। स्कूल से पढ़ के आया, 1 घंटे वहीं खेला, उसके बाद लौट के आया, फिर घर में घूमते फिरते रहते थे। हम लोगों को ये भी प्रॉब्लम थी, मैं और मेरी बहन, हम लोग जो है फुल डिवोटेड होते थे, पूरे साल बहुत मेहनत करके पढ़ाई करते थे। वो पढ़ाई करते हुए नहीं दिखता था, वो लास्ट मिनट पढ़ाई करता था और स्कोर हमेशा हमसे ज़्यादा ले आता था। फिर हम लोग बहुत फाइट करते थे कि ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है कि तुम लास्ट मिनट पढ़ते हो और उसके बाद तुम इतने अच्छे स्कोर ले आते हो। तो वो भी मजाक में चिढ़ाता था, दीदी उसके लिए दिमाग चाहिए होता है और आप दिमाग होगा तो आप भी स्कोर ले आओगे। वो उस समय मजाक खूब कर लेता था हम लोगों के साथ। एंड दैट्स हाउ, यही हमारी टॉम एंड जेरी वाली फाइट होते होते हम लोग बड़े हो गए। उस समय हम उसको सीरियसली नहीं लेते थे, लेकिन आज हम अगर उसको विजुलाइज करते हैं या उसके बारे में सोचते हैं तो हमें लगता है कि नहीं, उसका विजन बहुत क्लियर था बचपन से ही। उसको मालूम था उसको क्या डिसीजन लेना है, उसको क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है, वो बहुत क्लियर था। उसको इससे फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता है कि कौन क्या कह रहा है, किसको क्या ठीक लगेगा क्या ठीक नहीं लगेगा, इससे उसको कोई कंसर्न नहीं है। उसको जो ठीक लगता है वो करता है।
In a modest corner in Lucknow, Asha Shukla folds her hands in prayer. The soft chime of bells echoing hope through the morning air. Thousands of miles above, her son now floats in orbit among satellites, silence and stars, one's feet on the floor of a temple, the others suspended in the sky, and yet both are grounded in faith. Her son is now a source of joy and pride for over 1.4 billion Indians.
बहुत गौरव, बहुत ज़्यादा गौरव है। इतना गौरव है कि मतलब शब्दों में हम बयान नहीं कर सकते बच्चे के लिए। अभी बहुत गौरव।
This was his second home, the school where curiosity bloomed and discipline took root, where footballs rolled and dreams took flight.
Shubhanshu was very sporty. In particular, he was interested in cricket and also particularly football. So he was a very sporty child, and he was into a lot of things that the school offered. We are ecstatic, we are elated, we are on the top of the world because our former student Shubhanshu is taking the hopes of 1.4 billion Indians to space, and he's inspiring millions and millions of children in India to be curious, to have an inquiring mind, and to believe in experimentation, and to really try again and not to give up, to have a big dream.
During my times, it was the school prayer, the pledge, the thought, the activity, and everything. And I used to dread it. I used to feel it never ends, right? Much later in my life, I realized that even though when you are there, these things seem painful, but somewhere they are conceived in your mind and they help build your character.
Today, the boy who once borrowed time to study at the last minute stands among children as a symbol of discipline, dedication and dreaming big.
बहुत रिगरसली वो डिसिप्लिन फॉलो करते हैं। दूसरी चीज़, वो उनका डेडिकेशन, अगर उन्होंने कोई काम ले लिया है, उनका हमेशा से यही कहना है, वो हम सबको यही सिखाते रहते हैं कि यू टेक अ डिसीजन। राइट एंड रॉन्ग हम बाद में देख लेंगे कि वो राइट डिसीजन है या रॉन्ग डिसीजन है। आपने एक डिसीजन लिया है, फिर आप अपना 110%, 200% दीजिए उसको प्रूव करने के लिए कि हमने जो डिसीजन लिया है वो सही है। शायद ये ज़ील उसके अंदर जो है ना बचपन से, यही उसको इतनी ऊंचाइयों तक ले गई है।
He wasn't just aiming for the stars at first. Like many others, he spoke of IITs, engineering, dreams, textbook routes. But fate had other plans.
I frankly was not too keen. I had not even thought about it. My parents didn't want me to go to NDA or defense, any which ways. And all my friends bought the form for filling up. I didn't. At the last minute, one of my friends, he decided against it. He said, I am not interested and this form is lying. So that was lying, and I said, well, why not give it a try? I filled up that form. And it so happened, one thing led to another. I was the only one who got selected in the writtens, and then I went for my interview at number 1 AFSB Dehradun. It was a 7-day interview, and I got selected there. And then post that, the medicals
I got selected in the medicals, and before I knew it, before my boards were finished, I knew that I am going to NDA in June.
He was no stranger to pressure, months of endurance drills, high-grade simulations, and zero-gravity adaptation sculpted not just his body, but his reflexes and resilience to operate when failure isn't an option.
Initially, we were given 60 candidates to select from based upon a screening of their physical, physiological, and other parameters. And out of that, 12 candidates were selected initially for further evaluation, assessment, and training. And we were finally fortunate enough to have zeroed down to 4 wonderful candidates, of which the current Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla is one of the most wonderful, most enthusiastic, most cooperative, and most highly motivated person who took part in this entire evaluation, assessment, and training with such grit, determination, and understanding of what is expected of him, and he performed to the best of his abilities.
Can see them moving into the Teslas there. We do, of course, divide the crew into 2 sets. So you're seeing some of our SpaceX support ninjas in the background there. Very excited crew on their way over to 39A. Once they reach the base of the tower, they do stop to take in Falcon 9 and Dragon.
From quiet lanes of Lucknow to launch pads in Florida, this is not just a journey across continents. It is a crossing of human thresholds, of courage, of curiosity, of sheer will to rise.
And now we've heard, and you can see on the screen, crew access arm is pulling away from the Dragon spacecraft. This is going to take about a minute and a half to retract all the way. Then we'll get confirmation it is in the launch position. The next step after that is going to be the crew, close the visors.
Three, 2, 1, ignition, and liftoff.
For 3 nations, a new chapter in space takes flight. Godspeed, AX4.
2+30 seconds into flight with the Axiom 4 crew on board Dragon, headed to the International Space.
Now at this, with that confirmation from Mission Control that we are...
I'm thrilled to be here with my fellow astronauts, as Peggy said, 1 veteran and 3 rookies. And wow, what a ride it was. When the ride started, it was something like you're getting pushed back into the seat. It was an amazing ride. And then suddenly, nothing. Everything silenced, and you were just floating. You unbuckle and you were just floating in the silence of vacuum. It was an amazing feeling. Since yesterday, I've been told that I've been sleeping a lot, which is a good sign. So I think that's a great sign. I'm getting used to this quite well, enjoying the views, enjoying the entire experience, learning like a baby, learning the new steps, learning how to walk, learning how to control yourself, everything, learning how to eat, I think. So it's a new environment, new challenge, and I'm really enjoying this experience with my fellow astronauts here.
Subhanshu Shukla now carries 1 billion hopes aboard Axiom mission. This is not just a liftoff. It is a rise of Viksit Bharat. Bold, unshaken, and reaching for infinity.
A second long-form story, one that's the biggest headline this week. A 24-year-old law student walked into her college in Kolkata only to face 3 hours of horror. inside a guard's room. She says she was gang raped, beaten, blackmailed. The main accused in this case, a leader of the Trinamool Congress's student wing. His links with top Trinamool Congress leaders raised disturbing questions about political protection in Bengal and unchecked power for decades now. And what's worse, this is not an isolated case. Less than a year ago, the nation fought for Abhaya. A young doctor was raped and murdered in a government hospital again in Kolkata. Tonight we track the chilling pattern of silence, power, and ultimate collapse of law and order in Bengal.
The city of joy is seething with anger, an unextinguishable anger. A raw nerve has been struck, and yet another daughter of Bengal has been subjected to a heinous crime. In West Bengal, October breathes life into a timeless ritual, Durga Pujo, the festival of the goddess. For 10 days, the streets pulse with devotion, artistry and joy as millions bow down to the Divine Mother. She who embodies the strength of a woman. She who slays evil. But beneath the festival's glow lies a shadow, a paradox. In the land that worships the goddess, her daughters, the women of Bengal, walk in fear. On 25th June, that fear became a chilling reality at South Calcutta Law College in Kolkata's Koshba. A 24-year-old first-year student stepped into campus at 4 p.m., never imagining the horror awaiting her. Her gut-wrenching complaint unmasks a betrayal. 3 accused, 31-year-old member of the Trinamool's student wing Manojit Mishra, 19-year-old first-year student Zaib Ahmed, and 20-year-old third-semester student Promit Mukhopadhyay. They lured the young girl to a desolate guard room, preying on her trust. Manojit Mishra, the ringleader. He stood before her with an oft-used ploy. "Will you marry me?" She said no, calmly, firmly, as was her right. But that no shattered his ego. He came back as a monster fueled by rage. For 3 long, unending hours, between 7:30 p.m. to 10:50 p.m., she bore the weight of his wounded pride. Not just pain, not just violence, but the cruelty no woman should ever have to face. All because she said no. Her complaint reveals the harrowing sequence of events leading up to the alleged gang rape. She begged, she cried, she had a panic attack. She fought back with every breath, every ounce of strength her body could summon. And when words failed, her wounds spoke. Bite marks, scratches, bruises, all stand witness to her ordeal. And who is Manojit Mishra? This monster cloaked in power? A general secretary of the Trinamool Congress's student wing TMCP. In South Kolkata, strutting with the arrogance of political privilege. His ties to TMC heavyweights Abhishek Banerjee and Chandrima Bhattacharya flash in damning photographs, proof of a system that let him roam free. This atrocity has set the city of Joy ablaze with rage, its wounds ripped open anew, echoing the nightmare of the RG Kaur Medical College rape and murder on 9th of August 2024, less than a year ago. A young doctor brutalized and killed, her dreams snuffed out in a hospital meant to heal. The bare wounds of the haunting memories of August 2024 lies buried in the quiet corners of Kolkata. Both the crimes share a chilling thread. Spaces meant for safety and learning turned into arenas for predators. A doctor raped and murdered in a hospital seminar hall. A law student raped in a college guard room. Two young women chasing their futures were betrayed by those wielding power. At RG Kaur, the accused Sanjoy Roy, a civic volunteer with alleged ties to the ruling Trinamool, was shielded by whispers of influence. While Monojit Mishra, the prime accused in South Calcutta Law College case, cloaked in TMCP's banner, mirrors the arrogance his leaders display. In the RG Kaur rape and murder case, the Kolkata police couldn't even protect the crime scene. The order for renovation around the crime scene was signed by then principal of the medical college, Shondeep Ghosh, a man favoured by Chief Minister Mahatma Banerjee. 1 year later, nothing has changed within the political establishment of West Bengal.
একজন বন্ধু যদি বান্ধবীকে রেপ করে তাহলে সেখানে নিরাপত্তা কি করে দেবে বলুন তো আমাকে কলেজের ভেতরে যদি করে সেখানে পুলিশ থাকবে কলেজে শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠান আরে ভাই শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠানে কি পুলিশ থাকবে আপনি বলুন না নিরাপত্তা কাকে দেবে নিরাপত্তা তো তার সহকর্মীরা দেবে সেখানে তো সহকর্মীরাই রেপ করছে তাহলে অন্যায়টা কারা করছে কে করেছে সহপাঠীরা করেছে হ্যাঁ প্রাক্তনরা ঢুকলো কি করে তাদের সঙ্গে নিঃসন্দেহে প্রাক্তনরা যখন ঢোকে তখন সেই নিঃসন্দেহে কিছু লিঙ্ক আছে
No amount of apathy and cruelty from the Trinamool Congress is surprising anymore, given Mamata Banerjee's remarks on the Hashkhali rape case in 2022.
আচ্ছা মেয়ে মারা গেছে নাকি রেপ হয়ে আপনি রেপ বলবেন না প্রেগনেন্ট বলবেন না লাভ অ্যাফেয়ার্স বলবেন এটা এনকোয়ারি করেছেন কি আমি পুলিশকে জিজ্ঞেস করলাম ঘটনাটা খারাপ অ্যারেস্ট হয়ে গেছে কিন্তু ছেলেটির সাথে মেয়েটির নাকি লাভ অ্যাফেয়ার ছিল আমি শুনেছি ইজ ইট এ ফ্যাক্ট ডিজি সাহেব এখানে আছেন আমি যতটুকু ইনফরমেশন পেয়েছি এরপর মেয়েটি যখন মারা গেছে কবে মারা গেছে 10 তারিখ 5 তারিখে পুলিশ জেনেছে কবে 10 তারিখে তাহলে আপনারা আমাকে বলুন 5 তারিখে যদি কেউ মারা গিয়ে থাকে এবং যদি তার মধ্যে কোনো রকম কিন্তু থাকে কোনো রকম কারো কোনো কমপ্লেন থাকে তাহলে 5 তারিখেই পুলিশের কাছে কমপ্লেনটা দায়ের করলেন না কেন
The parallels are a dagger to Kolkata's heart. Institutions meant to protect, defiled by predators, emboldened by a system that lets power trump justice.
কোনো প্রশাসনের উপরে আমাদের আস্থা নেই শুধু পুলিশ নয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী নিজেও আমাদের টাকার অফার করেছেন এবং পরবর্তীকালে আমাদের 4 কোটি টাকা দেওয়ার প্রস্তাবও এসছে এই রকম মানে টাকা দিয়ে আমাদের মুখ বন্ধ করার অনেক দিন ধরে চেষ্টা করছে, কিন্তু কোনো রকম ভাবে আমাদের মুখ বন্ধ করতে পারছেন না, সেটা ওনারা খুব দুঃখ পাচ্ছেন আমার মনে হয়।
The words of the Koshba rape survivor carve a wound. How can a city that worships Durga let her daughters be crushed? Every lane of the state hosts a home grieving the loss of their beloved women.
আপনি বলুন যে আর কাকে কাকে চান আপনি, আর কতটা তামান্না, কতটা অভয়া, কতটা কসবার, কত আরো যে কত 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 নারীদের যে এমনই অবস্থা, হয়তো এমনও নারীরা রাত থেকে দিনেও সুরক্ষা নয়, দিনেও হয়তো মায়েরা বসে বসে চিন্তা করে আমার মা বেরিয়েছে কাজে, আমার মেয়ে একটা ছোট্ট মা বাবা যখন শিশু জন্ম হয় তখন তার স্বপ্ন থাকে ছেলেরাই স্বাধীনভাবে বেড়াবে, এমন তো নয়, মেয়েদেরও স্বাধীন দেশে স্বাধীনতা থাকার অধিকার আছে। দিদি আপনি জাগুন, আর কতদিন এমন চলবে?
Two women's courage, one lost, one fighting, blaze a path. Their pain a call to arms. For Abhaya, for the Koshba survivor, for every daughter, Kolkata must awaken, vowing to shatter the silence.
From West Bengal to Assam, in the next long-form story, we bring you the story of a gas well that turned into a ticking time bomb in Assam's Sivasagar district. It took 16 days to stop it. What erupted from beneath the earth wasn't just natural gas. Fear, uncertainty, displacement for hundreds, and the blowout on the 12th of June, an ONGC gas well, when it ruptured without warning, unleashing high-pressure gas and a crisis that would stretch on for 16 tense days more. Villages were emptied, lives were disrupted, and a race began to cap a volatile leak before it turned catastrophic. Engineers had to fight pressure, not the first time in Assam, by the way. Locals fought fear. And tonight, as the well stands silent, for now, the questions only grow louder on what went wrong.
On that fateful morning of June 12, 2025, ONGC's RDS 147A well erupted without warning. A volcanic roar of high-pressure natural gas carving panic and peril into the heart of Sivasagar district of Assam. The leak continued unabated for 16 days, triggering alarms across the area. Fear of fire and explosion